What is up? What is up? Welcome, welcome. Let's chill with the jams. We're about to get some other shit going here real soon. Happy Friday, everyone. Atomic Runner, Raccoon, Yoda, Dedicated Lurking. Greetings, greetings. This is a good game? Question mark. Yeah, we're gonna find out, aren't we? 720p 60 only. Well, I don't really have much control over whatchamacallit quality options. Hopefully it's watchable. I'm streaming at the same settings as I have been for the last 3 or 4 years, so I would hope it's okay. In any case, it's not really within my control, so hopefully it's fine. But yeah, Battletoads came out, and I've been eager to check this out. I'm trying to find the right words for this. I don't think it would be accurate to say I've been excited or anxious. I don't know. Eager, curious, something like that. Somewhere in between there. I'm certainly not the biggest Battletoads fan in general, but I think there's... Or let me rephrase. I think the Battletoads characters and games, IP, whatever, has some appeal to it for sure. I've enjoyed a Battletoads game or two in my day, and I think it's a property that has a lot of potential. And I thought it's almost weird that Microsoft took so long to actually do anything with it. But this game was announced at E3 2018, I believe, and didn't really set the world on fire, I think. It kind of there haven't been a lot of updates on this game since, but I think it showed up at like it was PAX or something. I don't know, some shows like last fall, and I remember seeing gameplay footage of it, and I think that was the first time they actually showed any gameplay of it, because I think at the reveal it was just like a cartoon trailer showing like the art style, but not any of the game, of course. And seeing the first footage of the game made it seem, from what little I saw, like a minute of footage, it looked really slow and clunky and somewhat elaborate visually. A lot of animation and shit going on, but I remember mostly that it looked really grindy and tedious, like enemies being super tanky, and that the animations just kind of made it difficult to parse what was going on screen. They put out like a new trailer when they announced the release date, like, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, pretty recently. And I did watch that, which showed off snippets of like non-beat 'em up gameplay, which, you know, is a Battletoads staple, or at least, you know, it was in the original game. Like, the original Battletoads isn't really a beat 'em up. The first stage is a beat 'em up stage, but after that, it's like every stage is kind of its own genre with a bunch of different gimmicks. So it would make sense to kind of latch onto that aspect of the game. Now, since the game came out yesterday, I guess, I've seen rumblings of discussions about this game, and I mean, the buzz wasn't particularly positive going in, I would say. I think most people were pretty questioning of the visual style, and I don't know. I haven't heard a lot of people express a lot of excitement. As far as people being, I don't know if worried is the right word. Worried implies that there's an investment, which I'm not sure if there is from a lot of people. But, like, you know, people have not been impressed really with what has been shown for a variety of reasons. And I've tried to avoid as much talk about the game as possible since, yesterday, or, well, since the release date was announced, basically. I haven't looked into more trailers or footage or discussions or reviews or anything. So I've tried to stay kind of blind going into this, but I have seen very brief snippets of conversation about the game, and it does not seem to have been very positive. But, you know, I'm always, and I mean, full disclosure, I was not very impressed with what I've seen, and my expectations are not very high, have never been really. Hopes Well, not high exactly, but it would be nice if there was a beat 'em up coming out that's not shit. um, but I'm curious to see what it's all about, what this game even is, because even that does not seem to have been maybe as kind of clear cut as one might expect. But with that preamble out of the way, let's boot it up. Let's get comfortable. I've got the old timer up on here. Not that I really care. It's just that it happens that the layout for this Xbox One scene, which I like never use, happens to have a little thing for the timer, so I might as well use it. Alright, save slot. Oh boy, okay. Difficulty cannot be changed after selection. Okay. So this is the default difficulty, I suppose. Players who are familiar with the range of game types and enjoy a challenge. Players who want a more intense experience across all game types. Combat Amphibians 2020. That's right. That is the official title. What's up, Lamsar? This seems to me like it would just be annoying. So I don't even understand what respawn time means. Maybe it's a co-op thing. Well, we'll go with the default anyway. Wait, so, okay, there was a menu in the background, but I don't get to access it. I'm already, like, confused. So, back out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it just... Why did I not get to go to the menu? That's weird. Invincibility... enemy attack tells on off. A lot of this is, like, a little bit puzzling. I mean, it's fine. It's... very possible that the game intends to explain all this stuff as we get going. But I'm always a little bit put off when a game wants to start without letting me check all the options and shit. Honestly, like, the first impression as far as the presentation and all this stuff go, like, I don't hate these aesthetics at all. I think it's weird because the comical, kind of lighthearted cartoon style, it's a kind of a weird fit. I think it's, in some ways, it feels totally appropriate for the outlandish nature of what the whole Battletoads thing. In and of itself, like, I like the way these menus look, like the transitions, like, it's pretty nice. And I think the drawings are well done. But I also think that there was, like, by changing the style, like, by giving it this kind of look, I feel like it makes... it makes the game more bland. The visuals feel more bland in that, like, this maybe feels more modern than the kind of aesthetic of the original, like, maybe not the NES game, but like the sort of illustrations, the cover art, the arcade game, that kind of thing. Like, if they were to put out a game that looked like the original, or like, let's say it's something that looked more like the arcade Battletoads, I feel like that would be way more unique. That would stand out so much more in 2020 than this kind of style. So, like, I kind of question changing it for the sake of, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly what's being gained by taking kind of this style to it. So I'm already, again, confused and upset that I'm asked to pick a character, but I'm not being... I don't see the character names anywhere. There's no information. I mean, for all I know, they might not have different stats or anything, Oh wait, I guess the name's in the background, behind the character. It's so weird. I feel like a game like this, like it's kind of, I mean, any game really where you play a character, like your choice of character is an important thing in a game like this. So having anything sort of identifiable of the character, such as a name, I feel like should be. It's weird that that's not like front and center. Yeah, like I don't know. So Rash is like in the original game, Rash and Zitz are like player 1 and player 2, and you're like supposed to rescue Pimple, and he was playable in some of the other games. I think Rash looks like a giant douche nozzle, so I think we're gonna go with Zitz. So let's see. Let's find out what this game's all about. Oh yeah. Timer, I guess. So oh fuck it, I'll just start the timer. I'll forget it otherwise.
Being a bad guy is great. Cool hideout, fancy hoverboards.
And no one can tell me to wear a shirt. Oh no! It's the mega famous Battletoads, including Zitz, the leader, Pimple, the strong one, and Rash, the sunglasses one.
Don't forget Best Kisser.
Enough talk. It's time to... Best kisser? Why are you the best kisser?
Maybe because I practice on my hand all the time?
That just means you're the best at kissing your hand.
Come on, there's more goons outside.
Yeah.
I like the animation, but the writing is definitely not funny so far. Whoa. I guess you change... You cannot use the D-pad. Okay. So you use the D-pad to change character, and you have to use the fucking analog stick to move. I already don't like the controls because of that. Doesn't feel terrible. Oh wait, okay, I just realized the HUD in the top there. Kind of indicates who I'm controlling and the D-pad direction associated. Alright, okay. Not sure how the whole smash hits thing works exactly, but... Oh, I died, okay. Alright. It feels pretty okay. Like the attacks are like snappy. I mean, obviously I haven't really like gotten the hang of the combo system and everything, but well, I don't know, it's a weird mix of stuff that seems pretty damn nice and other stuff that's highly questionable. Like the art looks good. I think it's very different from the look I would have gone with for a Battletoads game. But I think the 3D perspective is like used pretty well. And like I said, I think the animation's well done. Yeah, the enemies seem very spongy. And yeah, I remember from that first like footage I saw, it seemed kind of like waves of enemy. Like they keep spawning new waves of enemies. I mean, that was like a year old or whatever, so things might have changed. But yeah, like enemies kind of show up, and you're kind of stuck in place fighting enemies for a while before you get to move on. So it seemed from that very first impression that pacing might be a little questionable. But obviously, we'll see how things actually turn out. An enemy blocks charge, smash, hit by holding B. Kind of like snap into place, which I like. Like it's a little weird, but it ends up, it works pretty well. I guess you only... The combo only builds up if they're taking damage. Like, I kept punching the guy who's already dead, and my combo meter didn't go up. Evasive maneuvers. Alright, so right trigger to... Okay, so that's how you're supposed to hit with that. Yeah, the smash attacks have, like, massive startup, it seems. Oh, there's a guy there. Okay. Yeah, there's, like, no proper knockdown state. That feels weird. Like, it's I always have a... It's so hard to kind of describe in detail, but... I always, like... Never quite liked games like the Konami Turtles games and stuff as much as something like Final Fight or Streets of Rage, and that, like, the physicality of your movement and your attacks hitting just didn't really feel right. And the actual attacks punching dudes does feel good in this. I don't have an issue with that. But the way they sort of snap into place and the way it's a little unclear. Like, you knock them down and they're on the floor and you just stand near them and start punching and the hits connect. Like, the game doesn't seem to really differentiate whether they're standing up or lying down. Things like that just feel a little... My first impression, it just feels a little off. Congrats on my achievement, thanks. I've worked very hard for them. Flies to restore health. Left trigger, wipe. So I guess... Do I, like, aim? Okay, hold L. Okay, so X does like a short tongue and Y does a long tongue. Okay, sure. That's a thing, I guess. Well, let's try Rash. It's like a character-specific thing. No, okay, you run, but maybe that's just like in between encounters. Yeah. I guess, yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be the speedy guy, right? He's already, like, walking slower. And Pimple. Yeah. But let's try Rash. Oh, that's a thing. It's a little tutorial box or something? No, it's just a thing. I mean, the setting of Battletoads is something that's never really been too well defined, so I can't really complain that it's, like, wrong. But some of the shit is kind of weird.
Look out!
Join my gang or die. We offer competitive wages, dinner insurance, and paternity leave.
No way, Dork Shank!
Then die!
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's just like... It's a bit to take in. Alright, I guess I should have dashed. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of weird. Yep, okay. Let's try Pimple. He's going to be even more unwieldy and awkward, I'm sure. Right, blocking enemies. Oh, he didn't really get much health back, did he? Yeah, the whole, like, snapping into place is like a convenience, but it's kind of weird. Yeah, like... See, I tried Zitz first, and he didn't really give me the impression of... Like, it didn't feel like the really fast, snappy character. But everyone else sure moves like molasses.
Is that it?
Guess so.
Look, an instantly gratifying victory ceremony.
But I'm gonna stick. Like, I just want to get a better feel. It's kind of weird. There's like, yeah, there's combat and non-combat. I mean, yeah, I want to make it clear. It's not like I'm complaining about everything. I'm just like kind of taking in what's going on, and everything that feels unexpected. Like, I'm gonna mention just reacting to things. It doesn't mean that I hate it, but certainly decisions have been made in making things unconventionally, which certainly isn't a bad thing in and of itself, but it takes a little while to digest and figure out what to make of it, I think. This game is stealth sections and mazes and puzzles. I'm sure it's going to have a lot of nonsense. Okay, so go into tongue mode and press X to grab enemies. Okay. Hold. Like, why does it say LTX and then the analog stick? Like, that's such a weird order of putting those things. Sire 47. I've played for about, well, it says 10 minutes there, but half of that is just talking, so I don't really know yet. It's kind of weird, I can say that much. Yeah, Pimple feels terrible. I feel like. Like, the startup on those attacks, just like 2 full seconds. Yeah, just the sort of pacing on like a micro level feels bizarre. Let's try Rash a little more. Pimple's jumpy. It's alright, but I'm not sure how like representative any of this is outside of combat. Thank you very much for the follow, Sire. So there was a collectible thing up there. Did I collect that or did I miss it? Well, who gives a shit, I guess. Seeing this in action, I think the art style, like the backgrounds and the characters actually fit together quite well. I did get, okay, I just noticed that I couldn't collect it before the fight. Like, I think the art style, when I saw some of the trailer stuff, some of the, like the behind the character view for the racing stuff looked really weird. Like when it does more with the 3D stuff, I guess maybe there's more of a clash. But for this, like, I think it actually looks nicely cohesive.
I'm back!
This bubblegum pig just won't quit.
Okay, let's try to time that. So I guess only Zitz like auto jumps after launching. I was stuck in a special move. All right, fuck it, Pimple it is. You can dash in midair at least. Okay, I can't grab this guy. Try to dash, but I'm still not super clear on whether the dash is like invincible. Too early. Alright, well, we're going Zitz, I guess. Oh god, yeah, Zitz feels so much better.
See ya! What is that pig's problem?
Besides punching too slowly.
Nice one.
Like, Zitz to me feels like what should be like the standard kind of agility. But even like, yeah, the smash moves are like weirdly slow. But even, I don't know. It's also weird. Like the Y button is like a launcher attack, but in midair it does nothing. Yeah, I guess I didn't try tagging like mid combo. We'll see how that works. I guess I can't collect this. Oh, okay. I guess that's how I did it. Oh, I see. I see. Alright. So, yeah, you're kind of tagging in. It's kind of... Alright. It's weird. The blocking enemies are kind of weird to deal with because you have to do like a B attack, but you have to do like a neutral B. It can't be the B smash attack from that you do like mid combo because those are separate types of attacks, I guess. Oh, I died, I guess. I can hit this guy. There we go. So can I... If I can do that to break their guard, that's probably easier. I guess I cannot. No, that's the combo move. I have to like stop doing the combo so I can do the slow charge move. Oh, okay. Fuck, it is, yeah, it's very hard to read what's going on. Fucking 8-year startup. I'm over there, I guess. That's kind of cool. You can, like, grab them towards you in the air. Do the other guys recharge health? I guess probably. 'Cause it seems like I had more health going in than I had going out. Yeah, the laser's kind of rough. Fuck it, let's just grab all this. There's like a lot of ideas that aren't terrible, but it is very visually confusing. It's just like a lot of animation, and the colors make things not stand out.
Give up, Pork Shank. There's 3 of us and only 1 of you.
Oh yeah? Well, there's still 3 of us.
Super armor bosses generally doesn't feel super great either. Oh, dude, like the smash attacks are, they feel fucking awful. Like, how am I, like, what are the hitboxes in this game? I guess tagging out to get iframes is a thing. Oh, that's a move. Dude, the fucking full, like, 3-second recovery on that animation. It does damage at least.
It's so So I finally pass into the afterlife. Wait, there's nothing here. Make the most of the time you have.
That's pretty funny.
Yikes.
I don't think he's coming back this time.
Oh well, sucks to be him. On with the celebration!
I mean, yeah, I do think the
I forgot we could fly.
Yep. Everyone loves us, and now we can
the
fly.
quality of like the overall presentation, I think, is quite high.
Battletoads! Chant with me! We are God! We are God! We are God! What the? Tony, cut the work! There's friggin' frogs in here! Who is this guy? Hang tight, frogs. We're gonna get you out of that bunker.
Bunker?
We are gods! We are... No, not this time. Just me.
It's a little weird to me how they're so animated, but there's still no like lip flapping when they talk. Anyway, I guess it was all a dream, or VR or some shit. I don't know. 13 minutes for stage 1. I mean, granted, I stood around talking.
Was executed. In lighter news, we've all heard of Toad in the Hole. But toads in a hole? Julie Saturn Rings has more.
Thanks, Zerp. Sounds bizarre, but that's exactly what a local construction crew discovered this afternoon.
Yeah, so we was digging, you know, for construction stuff, and I find this bunker with friggin' frogs trapped inside. And I mean, it stinks. So we checked the wiring, and these morons been in there for 26 years living a simulated fantasy life. And I mean, they stink.
26 years in a fantasy bunker? You'd have to be gullible not to figure that one out. So, frogs, how you feeling? Stupid?
We're not frogs. We're toads.
The Battletoads.
We're famous superheroes.
This just in. No, you're not. This has been Julie Saturn Rings asking, what are they going to do now?
I thought the promotion was pretty much a guarantee at this point. Then we had that meeting about the email.
Oh, there we go.
And I told him I don't care about games from the 90s. Some things are just meant to stay buried forever.
They just say, assume good intent.
Oh wait, that weird lizard guy's looking.
Oh, that was a shorter stage. Yeah, like it's weird. I think it's I think the toads themselves, at least like what we saw in stage 1, like they seem a little annoying. But other than that, like I think the tone seems to work pretty well. But I will see. I mean, things might take a very different turn compared to the world we saw established in the first stage. But like all this stuff again, the presentation is pretty great.
I think we're being robbed.
So, we don't own anything worth stealing.
You're right. I'll go apologize. Knock, knock. Sorry, we're poor. Oh, It's just Rash wearing a diaper.
I solved it!
So what?
Come in, brothers. Are we brothers? We never talk about it. Doesn't matter. Take a seat, I'll stand. No. You stand, I'll sit. Everyone stands. Listen, I've been up all night mimicking the methods of TV detectives. Tracking, triangulating, enhance, and I pinpointed the precise location of the Dark Queen.
Could you pinpoint a dumpster and burn that diaper?
This is the Dark Queen we're talking about, remember? She nearly destroyed the galaxy, I think, but we beat her up, which sent her and I want to say spinning into space, and we can do it again. Who's in? Zitz? Pimple, Zitz?
Sorry, Rash. I'm a masseuse now. My fists are for pleasure, not pain.
And I'm lead attacher at the email factory. We're moving on.
Moving on to what? Our sink is busted? The pipes are frozen? There are train tracks in our living room!
No. We have good jobs and a roof over our heads. I'm not ready to get captured again.
Well, I'm not ready to be irrelevant. I'm not ready to live my life as just another toad. But mostly, I'm not certain that I could.
Okay, Rash, we're in. Let's go build you a brand new audience.
You really mean it?
You're damn right I do. Now, where do we find the Dark Queen?
Not where. When?
Time travel?
No, we'll leave when I've cleaned myself up. Then we're renting turbo bikes, baby! Woohoo! Battletoads reboot!
Yeah, it's pretty inconsistent as far as the humor goes, I think. The whole thing's kind of weird again. Like, I think it's not entirely unsuccessful, but it is... Sure is a direction to take. And I mean, I always... will have a degree of hesitation
You know what that means.
with this kind of extremely ironic approach. And yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about, like the 2D assets and the sort of 3D stuff like doesn't really gel very well at all relative to the other stages. But I think it's mostly because the background stuff doesn't look like painted. I don't know, this is kind of a weird look. It's like okay. I mean, it runs smooth and like it feels fine, but it doesn't look great. Hey, did I miss that thing? I think I did. Hey, this isn't super exciting. But yeah, I'm a little curious again, like what little I've picked up on discourse around this game is like there is a bunch of, there's a lot of different types of gameplay, let's say. And I feel like that's something that could be done really well for like gag purposes, but I'm sure it's going to get, I don't know, based on the tone of what little I've seen discussed about this game, I'm sure it's going to get annoying. But like that little job thing, like I thought that was pretty funny, and I think it, being interactive added to that joke, I think. So as far as mixing things up and doing weird stuff like that, I think it starts off on a pretty, strong foot as far as that general idea. This is, however, not particularly exciting. Alright, is that some kind of end or checkpoint or something?
Hey, Battletoads, it's Chet from Chet & Sons Turbo Bike Rentals. My sensors indicate you're driving like a bat out of heck, and dang it, if you don't slow down, I'll have my sons post nasty rumors about you on the galactic internet. They're handsome boys, but they're mean as dirt and itching to embarrass you. Hope it doesn't come to that.
I very nearly fell right into that. Having this is like this third-person perspective, it makes sense. It's not, it's a good idea. But it is weird when you have obstacles right in the center of frame that like pass through the camera and obscure everything while they're passing through the camera. It's like kind of weird. I feel like the obstacles should be lower probably if they're going to be right in the middle of the screen. There was a gap behind that thing, I guess. I'm just... Alright, that was the second one. I was going to say, I was just worried with how scarce those trinkets seem to be. In terms of, like, what length they imply. God damn it, I missed that one too. It's like difficult to see out of the corner of my eye how far to the sides I can go. I mean, I assume I can't literally fall off the stage, but in terms of, again, it's just like kind of readability issues. I mean, like, I'm doing okay, obviously, but I want to keep my eyes trained on the, like, horizon. It's kind of difficult to do that while doing what I feel the game is asking of me. I mean, I guess it's like less stupid than the original Turbo Tunnel, but that's not exactly
I warned you,
a high bar to clear.
Now my beautiful boys are spreading all sorts of lies about you until you return.
Yeah, the
my
section
back.
is just
This is my
long.
business
I think the
model.
pacing, this definitely...
He sounds pretty annoyed.
You know what they say.
Don't trust obviously unstable anthropomorphic toads?
Bingo.
Yeah, it keeps going. Like, I think the idea of... The idea of sort of transforming the Battletoads structure of each level being a different sort of gimmick and format. I don't hate the idea of interpreting that as like a almost a sketch comedy setup where, you know, you use that template to turn levels or just to kind of do like throwaway gags and jokes. Like that's an intriguing game concept. Completely just, you know, whether it has to do with Battletoads or not. Yeah. Alright. I forgot I can dash. But the idea of doing something like that, I think, is also somewhat devalued when each throwaway thing just goes on for way too long. Whoa. Still not sure. Okay, so I'm on like my last life, I guess. I don't know how the life system works, really. Oh, no, okay. That's a checkpoint, so now they revived, I guess. I see. But again, it's super hard. I can't really look at the life bars while looking at the action. And that's not exclusive to this stage. Even in the regular stages, like, the UI elements are very, very hard to take in while paying any degree of attention to the actual game. But yeah, the length these things keep going. Has me somewhat concerned. Not surprised necessarily, but a little bit concerned. I think the music's pretty good though. I mean, it's nothing super special, but it's like, it's fun and it's appropriate. I mean, the music's probably the single most Battletoadsy aspect of the entire game so far. Do we need more sections? Did something stupid there. Once again, with the obstacles like obscuring the camera, it's weird. But this looks pretty nice.
Hello, Toad.
Whenever they use more
I
2D
made
elements in
my
the
sons
background, it looks
delete
pretty
their
great.
posts. The truth is, my business is failing, and if you destroy those turbo bikes, I'm ruined. My sons were too beautiful to learn a real trade. Please, return my bikes. This is Chet from Chet & Sons.
What's he so worried about? The bikes look literally the same as when we started this journey.
I guess that's the dude they rented bikes from. I don't think I like really picked up on any of that. Well, at least these stages haven't been as long as the first one, so there's that. But yeah, there's like a pretty significant focus on narrative, which I suppose shouldn't be too surprising given the like cartoon stuff I'd seen in trailers. And at least like the game doesn't keep stopping in its tracks.
5 missed messages.
Like,
I'll listen to them later.
What is this place?
Looks like the queen is hiding
maybe
in an
it's just that it's like
abandoned
less
theme
game. I don't know how to put
Be
it,
careful.
but like
It's been years since our last tetanus shot.
I'm thinking of stuff like, I don't know, the DuckTales remake and stuff where it's like it is a proper classic action game, but it just stops to do cutscene conversations and stuff. And this doesn't really feel like that per se, but I think it's also because when this game is in gameplay mode, I don't know, it's like the shift in pacing between talky bits and fighting bits somehow doesn't feel as sort of egregious. Some more powerful enemies can absorb all strikes until stunned. Evade at the right time to trip them into a stun state and then... Okay, cool. So I just have to wait until I'm allowed to attack. Yeah, this sucks. Like... Okay, that hit me somehow. Dude, the... Holy shit. Smash attacks are... useless. Kind of. Or this thing's very hard to use. Messages don't necessarily need to stick around for that long, I think. But like, yeah, I think again, like this, the look, I'm impressed with. I think it looks well done. Like it looks good. It's not ugly to look at, but it is from a purely aesthetic perspective. I think it's quite well done. I do, however, think there's a lot of like readability issues. Oh, okay. I thought those things were lives. I guess they're bubble gum. Dude, I almost got hit. I think, yeah, one of the kind of most annoying things about the control so far is definitely the distinction between just pressing B, or holding it rather, and pressing B while in a combo, which does different attacks. Because only the sort of neutral B attacks will break guard. So if you have to like really let go and wait and then press B in order to do like guard breaking attacks, which doesn't feel great. Bubblegum works on more than just enemies. Spit gum at marked targets. Who knows what'll happen? Okay. When it says marked targets, I assumed that something would show on screen, but I guess not. But yeah, like I think it's pretty telling that the game has like these obviously very huge, giant, not at all subtle indicators, and despite that, I'm still like getting hit. Or like just failing to take in what's going on. Dude, why is... You see the combo counter's not going up? That means the enemy's dead, I thought. But I still like knocked him down. Okay, well... Okay, that's a good sound effect. What about this thing? I guess I'm out of gum. Well, again, like, I think the use of 3D for stuff like this works super well. I mean, the geometry is obviously super simple, but like, it's all 2D, like sort of painted assets and textures that give it like this drawn look. But you still get the full like 3D perspective of everything moving along the ground. It's a little weird how like it's just 3D enough that you can tell like these things on the wall are like completely flat. I think they should have probably... I mean, it would have looked better if there were just a slightly more... Even if those things would have been fully 2D, the fact that they're like literally part of the wall texture looks strange to me. But by and large, I think this is a great use of a great approach to sort of melding 2D and 3D art to essentially kind of get the best of both worlds. Like, it still has a fully sort of 2D authored look to it, but you get like some nice perspective effect. That's a lot of like depth in it. Hey, Taka, what's up? But yeah, like, I'm not a fan of these, like, enemy types. The dodging is kind of weird. Like, having to run, like, long circles around everyone. Just waiting passively for them to... The fact that, I mean, as far as I know anyway, that there's not really a way to circumvent it. Like, there's no, like, alternate method. I also just realized that I guess you can see if they got, like, these purple... Dude, it's so fucking slow. It's a... Oh. Whenever they get these little Grim Reapers above their head, it means that they're dead. Or about to die, however that works. Basically, like, you need to knock them down for them to die. I also just realized that you do actually get the kind of spider sense effect above your head when something is targeting you. That's a lot easier to see than the indicators that are above the actual enemies' heads. Is the game shitting itself or some sort of hit stop slow-mo effect? Honestly, I don't really know what you're talking about, but I'm assuming the latter then, because it seems to run perfectly fine. L plus B. Okay. Like, the feel of hitting enemies is definitely one of the better things about the game. Just like how each sort of individual hit feels. I guess you get something for like popping all the balloons. It's so weird that it's like, I don't know, fucking Bayonetta or something. You're kind of walking along the street waiting for the next enemy encounter.
A spaceship!
That is a nice-looking spaceship.
I'm just relieved it's not another ambush.
Yeah, how come there's never anyone around here until they want to fight and then they magically appear?
Some things we'll just never know, Rash. And some will just have some really, really loose justification.
Yeah, like that. Those kinds of jokes, I think, fall pretty flat. Might be a Twitch thing. I mean, yeah, I'm not dropping frames here, but I am streaming at 60, and I don't know if you aren't getting the full frame rate. Maybe weird stuff's happening. Yeah, like, look at how, like, the startup on that is, like, absurdly long. I think... No, so that's just his, like, charge attack. Because with Zitz, his, like, early combo, whatever, smash attack, I cancel into this move. But I think it's if I cancel the knee... Yeah, then I do this thing. Which also has a pretty long startup. And 2 years of recovery. So, is he the only one that has, like, 2 different ones? Oh, okay. There we go. You have to, like, cancel from the right hit to get this one. Okay, you can jump out of it. Yeah, the movement is... Well, it... You use the D-pad to switch characters. So you have to use the analog stick to walk. But it does not have actual analog movement. You only have 1 movement speed. But I guess it does... It's not 8-way. It's like... You know, it's like 360-degree movement. And, yeah, outside of combat, you hold the right trigger to run. In combat, you tap the right trigger to do a dash. So that's his, like, early combo. And yeah, the sarcophagus has to be his, like, late combo. Yeah, his combo is, like, literally 3 hits. Yeah, so you cancel the second hit to do this. Like, these animations are all terrific. They look beautiful, but they do not function well. I spit on these things. I have to tag to someone else who has spit left. There we go. But yeah, like the fact that you don't really have a like knockdown state on enemies is kind of strange. Alright. Supposed to avoid that somehow. Like, the game, as far as like keeping your combo and everything, it's accounting for everything having a year of startup. Because you can see that little combo timer. And it's very lenient. But it still feels weird. Like, I'm not concerned about my combo dropping per se. But it just feels unintuitive. Yeah, you have to, like, when enemies are dead like this, you have to do, like, a launcher or a combo ender for them to die. It's a little weird. So am I supposed to... Supposed to hold? No. Wait, what? I'm holding the button. Is something happening? Okay. Am I supposed to, like, have some idea what the sequence is supposed to be? Can I spit something here? Nope. Well, I don't have any gum, I guess. Or I can't spit on anything. I think it's in the sign. Oh, well, okay, I get it. So, there's a crown, So I guess that's probably the first one's correct. And then this thing, and then that thing. And then a noose. Well, I guess it's probably correct now then. I almost accidentally got it. There we go. Alright, Scott, see you around. Take care. Have a good weekend. Yeah, so far, like, I'm not particularly impressed, but at the same time, like, it's doing a lot of things kind of better than I expected, honestly. And the specific kind of failings and weirdness going on is not really what I was expecting it to be. Ultimately, like, it doesn't really... I mean, it's weird, because I was... Like I said before, like, the original Battletoads isn't really a beat-em-up, so I can't really chastise this on the basis of not really being a beat-em-up. But it's still just a little bit weird. He hit me somehow, okay. That did like 30% or more. I mean, it has enough beat 'em up in it that I feel justified complaining when the beat 'em up parts don't feel like they're quite up to snuff. I guess an enemy behind me was doing something. Ah, shit. The active frames on that, I mean, that's my bad, but... Fucking fish attack. I do like that it has, like, a rank system and stuff. I think that's pretty cool. Like, I do honestly feel like I'm more positive on this than I expected to be. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of shit to
Cutting the fingers off of my toes.
to be less than enthused with. Or, I mean, we'll find out, I suppose. It's no Double Dragon Neon. I don't even know what to make of that. I guess because the toads come back, they can give enemies super high damage. I mean, yeah, it doesn't feel like it's problem, but it's like it still feels a little strange given. I guess I'm supposed to jump down. No. Wait, what? Climb or something? I was gonna say. It's weird when like attacks feel they're like super. I guess this door open. I say everything is like super telegraphed, but it still manages to catch you off guard. Oh boy! Dodged way too early. Oh wow, he like stopped his targeting. Oh, fucking hell. See, like he just breaks out of the combo. He's dead. Alright. Maybe with each enemy wave, the other toads just sort of get life back. I haven't really paid attention. It doesn't help that the life bars disappear between fights, so you can't really like keep up exactly. All these like interactables and shit. Am I supposed to jump over there? Oh, I guess those are rings, so I can. I see. Ah! Like you can cancel with dashes and shit, but It's a little weird. Can I jump back over? Oh, there we go. Like, overall, I think the animation is great. Like, from day one, I've been more puzzled than upset about anything to do with the art in this game. And I think there's a lot of it that's genuinely really well done. I think based on clearly what they wanted to do with it, I think the art is a great match for the tone they're going with. A lot of it's really well done. I mean, I guess you could... Speaking of Double Dragon Neon, it's kind of the same thing, right? Where it's well executed, but what I might take issue with is the approach to begin with, not necessarily the execution of it. Pimble's a porcupine. Well, he's also a steam locomotive, I guess. And Rash is a shark. Still got hit there somehow. I don't, like, there's not a lot of like precision to anything. Like, what is that anywhere close to that enemy? It's weird. Like, it doesn't feel awful, but some of it feels weird. The fact that you can, like, always sort of cancel into a dash helps a lot, I think. But it does kind of suck that a lot of the stuff you can do just feels like it has way too much startup. Hit. Well, oh, yeah, okay. I was gonna say it didn't break my combo, but I guess it did. So close to 100 hits. I will say with Pimple, his like different smash attacks, because his combo is so short, it's a lot easier to get a feel for which, like, you only have two options. Like, either you cancel off the first punch, you get this, or you cancel off of the second punch, you get that. Or you try to cancel off the third punch, which just gives you the regular attack. Because you can't cancel into it, or you can't cancel out of the last combo hit. Like, if you compare to Rash, like, he's got these, like, repeated animations, so it's not nearly as obvious. You have to cancel out of the very last punch before the final one. So it's, like, kind of specific. Like, if you're... Yeah, if you're, like, one punch early, you still get the fish. Which seems to be, like, a really useless, shitty move. And with Zits, like, you get the other one if you do it off the knee. Which is a lot easier to kind of react to. Or even if you don't react to it, it's easy. I felt it more intuitive that just like, oh, it's when I'm canceling off of the knee, that's when I get this one. Whereas with Rash, literally, his third punch and the fifth one use the exact same animation, but you have to cancel off the fifth punch to get the arcade. And also the arcade, I can't cancel out of this with a dash. I have to jump. Same with this, I guess. Oh, maybe that's... I could... I could swear that I was able to cancel with a dash. But I guess not. Nope. Yeah, okay. So you can jump out of those moves, but not dash. I'm trying to think, what was it? I'm sure I could dash out of some stuff, but maybe it's just the regular combo enders or something. Because you can, oh, you know what? It's probably because I'm not in combat, so I can't do the dash move. That's probably why. Missed one, huh? Well, at least we're close to the end of the level. Oops. I'm an expert typist. What the? Moving hazard, triggered hazard, trigger, hack flag. I do like the voices. This is pretty funny. Okay, so I see. I have to like.
Hey, what do you guys think of this line? I may be zits, but you're the one getting popped.
24 minutes. But hey, at least like I said, it's I'm like stopping to talk about all kinds of shit. So the ranking system seems pretty pretty strict, which is not a bad thing. Implies that there's room for mastery and learning how this shit works. Although, I mean, I'm glad the game doesn't have a bunch of leveling up and unlocking moves and stuff.
Don't get mad at us.
But I'm not sure about the how much finesse there is to the combat. It's pretty funny. I'm curious what like the speed strats or the rank strats would be, I guess. Because there like might be, you know, a good game in there. Whew, that was close. Well, we did it.
First try.
Is that a thing? It's a thing. Is that a thing? Probably not. Oh yeah, right, you can do that in the air. I forgot. Oh, he's like electrifying the water. I just assumed it's like dangerous slime. So I didn't want to touch it anyway. Hey, we got the S rank. That's pretty satisfying. But yeah, it's the pacing is so strange with the whole start and stop every 2 seconds.
Got it. Yeah. Ooh.
So let me. Is this going to actually? No, it's not gonna. It's gonna actually follow it, right? Should work, right? Or is it? Well, we'll find out, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna like prioritize going to the right. That works out. I still don't get. I wonder if this is like an easy difficulty thing. There's like an emergency switch to skip the puzzle, or maybe it's like it activates after if you get stuck long enough or something. These enemies just can't be launched, huh? Like, if you're fighting a singular enemy, I guess the startup, like, doesn't quite matter. Guess I have to deal with this guy first. Ah! So slow. Oh, there's like a countdown, I guess, before I can use Zits again. I see. I try to cancel into the gun, but I guess you can't do that. Oh. Did I get the... I'm confused. I'll heal up, I guess. Why did they decide to put no grabs in this game? Well, I guess Battletoads didn't really have grappling per se. I don't think it's strictly a necessity. But it sure would be nice if you could grab the blocking enemies. And I mean, there's like the tongue thing. I mean, it doesn't really function as a grapple per se. You just get them close to you and then do your whatever combos you do otherwise. But honestly, it's not something I'd really thought too much about. Yeah, you're like moving kind of all over the place. At least like getting blocked doesn't break your combo or anything. Yeah, you can dash out of it. Again, it just must have been when I was in non-combat mode. I think these mechanics could work pretty well, but the pacing sure feels weird. It doesn't have like the exact same pacing problems as a lot of beat 'em ups do. Like, it's not literally doing the exact same thing. Like, even if I don't enjoy the start and stop of it, it at least does in a way like mix things up more than might otherwise. Alright, there we go. Like, there is a lot more to the kind of combat puzzle of sorts when you have to deal with all this stuff, but it is definitely... The readability issues are real. Let's just put it that way. The fucking garbage fish attack. And the fact that this enemy can't be, like, launched feels really weird. They're, like, stuck in place. I feel really conflicted, all in all. Like, the parts that are, like, pretty decent, and there are parts that are really weird. And, like, the movement is sluggish in a way. Like, it... I don't know what hit me there, but... I guess comboing off of the right punch to do the correct smash attack is easier when you're actually hitting. Because there's hit stop.
Okay. back to...
But yeah, stages definitely do go on a bit.
What are we doing again?
I'm gonna puke.
Fighting is harder than I remember.
Oh, swallowed it.
Like, as far as the whole pacing and variety goes, I think on the surface, there's variety. You know, you fight, you walk, you fight, you walk, you fight, you walk, and then you do a puzzle, and then you walk, and then you do another puzzle, and then you walk, and then you fight, or whatever. You know, it's kind of broken up. It's not one unbroken fighting sequence from beginning to end.
Whole case of Zits Blitz. I got some hacking to do.
But I think
Gonna need an energy drink. This one looks like an all-nighter.
the way, I think it's surface level variety in a way. Like, I think the actual, comparing it to like a quality beat 'em up, like Final Fight or Streets of Rage or you name it, any quality beat 'em up, there's much more of a kind of micro level variety where each enemy type requires you, I didn't see what hit me. You know, you have to do different stuff basically and fight in a different way and prioritize enemies. I mean, this game isn't fully devoid of that. You know, obviously these ice cream guys or whatever they are require you to, like, you can only do certain things, or you can't do some things against them, I guess. But all in all, I feel like the combat scenarios that the game presents you with don't really feel meaningfully varied. Like, nice. The geography of the location or whatever. Is that a thing I can spit? No, apparently not. Grab it? Nope. Like, the level design doesn't, like, limit your mobility. In fact, the mobility isn't, like, that much of a concern in the first place. Like, the way everything works. And, like, the different types of enemy, I don't know. Obviously, I'm coming off of Streets of Rage 4 in relative recent memory, and I think that game did such an excellent job with every enemy. Like, you kind of have to approach them very differently, and just varying the different combinations of enemies and shapes of rooms and hazards and stuff. Like, pretty much everything feels unique. Try to get rid of this guy. Can I spit that guy over there? Yeah. And I feel like that this game doesn't do as good a job with that sort of thing. Having to do, like, specific moves to kill enemies off is annoying for sure. So you have to, like, wail on them for so long. Well, not as long with Pimple, I guess, but even so. And yeah, the readability is probably the biggest, because I think clearly the game has, like, varied, or at least different enemy types. But it's very difficult to make, like, tactical decisions when it feels like you don't have all the data on account of like not quite being able to tell what's going on. And like you have mobility with the dashes, but it still feels like you're moving slow. And there's a lot of weird shit going on with this game. I can't like condemn all of it because I think it's a lot of it is pretty like original and somewhat clever. But I think like it's exacerbated by the readability issues like that just kind of sullies all of it in a way. It's just hard to ignore. Can't believe I actually hit him. But like, it's interesting because there are certain things that the game does in terms of giving you freedom that I feel like a lot of other games screws up. Again, thinking of stuff like River City Girls and how frustrating I found that game with like forcing you to commit to stuff that was really slow. This game has like shit like this where it's 18 years of startup, but you're not committed. You can get out of all of it. You have an invincible, well, I can't show it because I don't have it right now. You have a sort of invincible dash. Maybe it's not invincible at all, but at least it's fast enough to get you out of trouble. So, I mean, in a sense, it kind of plays much more like sort of Bayonetta-style game than... There we go. Than like a Final Fight-style game, canceling into dodges and stuff like that. But it is a little awkward, specifically, how certain enemies require you to do these attacks that you cannot cancel into them, and it's very easy to instead cancel into something like this. You have to sort of abort and try again. If you fuck up, like the timing on the combo is so lenient that it doesn't really matter, but it just doesn't feel great. Things that sometimes don't know what to look at. I feel that's pretty much the entire time. I think it's definitely a problem that the life bars, like, I mean, yep. That's a bad idea. Like, it's... I kind of, you know, need to watch my character. And it is good that you do get that spider sense thing. Like, it's helpful. And I think the game, like, it's... I have to give it credit for... I think that's, like, smart, modern design in presenting information to the player in a way that's on paper unambiguous. The enemy tells and the Grim Reaper effects and stuff like that, but it functionally, practically, it's still ambiguous because the readability is so bad. Yeah, there's just a lot of visual noise. And everything, the colors are so vibrant that nothing stands out. Like the UI, the HUD doesn't... Oh, wait, hang on. To wait for this, I guess? No, wait, whoa. Oh, I was a little too early. This isn't fun, by the way. I see. Like, the UI would, in most games, would always be, like, brighter than everything else and have higher contrast, but everything is kind of bright and high contrast, so it's hard to make out. And yeah, again, the tells, you know, that you're in danger or enemies are attacking. It just all really gets lost. That didn't hit somehow. Dude, and the fact that these guys can cancel their attacks. Oh, it's so slow, but you know, it works when there's only one enemy. How did it hit me there? I like that you can interrupt these guys with the tongue attack. I'm honestly, like, I'm growing to like Pimple more and more, if only because his combos are short. It's, like, pretty helpful. But yeah, like, it's... shit is happening like all over the screen, and it's very hard to look at more than your character. And the hitboxes are very strange. Sometimes they're like extremely generous, and sometimes you're standing on top of something and it still doesn't hit you. But I genuinely like the music quite a bit. It's like good action game music. But yeah, going back to what I was talking about, functional variety. Each encounter really does feel similar, and there's so many of them. Like, yeah, it feels repetitive. Like, I couldn't tell you what any of the stages were. Like, there was like a circus thing-esque with the roller coaster kind of thing, right? And I guess there was that future city. Like, it's all already kind of blending together. I mean, maybe that's true of many games like this, that you'd have to replay them a few times for it to stay down to your memory, but even so.
Probably, I thought you pinpointed her precise location.
Pinpointed, guess. Who can remember?
I remember. You said pinpointed.
We're wasting time. Let's just go inside and punch whatever we see, okay?
Fine. I need to be walking a certain death.
Not just any intruders, the soon-to-be famous
Battletoads?
It's the Queen! Punch! Let go, Pimple!
You're not punching a baby.
But it's ugly!
Drop the ugly baby!
Don't really drop it, though. Just set it down gently.
Not until I explain myself.
Toad Huddle! She's really got us over a barrel with that butt ugly baby.
I vote to let her talk.
Yeah, fine, whatever. Let go. It stings when you pinch it off like that.
Okay, Queen, you have exactly 10 seconds to explain yourself. Go!
I'm being held prisoner in this park by a race of celestial aliens named the Topians who stole my powers and hired a giant guardian to block my escape. I've secretly been using radiation to create sentient carnival toys that I hoped would mutate into fierce warriors, but instead came out brassy, all about the holidays, and anatomically correct, to name a few. We devised a plan to topple the guard and travel the cosmos to defeat the Topian overlords, thus freeing the galaxy and restoring the power I lost 26 years ago, then time permitting, get that naked toy some pants.
Why would she get the pants last?
The Queen has been here for 26 years. We were in the bunker for 26 years. Do you know what that means?
Oh my god. It means she's not famous either.
More importantly, means the Topians locked us in the bunker.
Who cares? The Dark Queen was our ticket back to the top. If she's not famous, then we can't be famous. And if we can't be famous, then life is meaningless. Pimple, punch me through my brain.
I don't want to, but I will do anything for you. Are you sure?
Yeah, man. I'm sure.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna punch you through the brain. Oh, God.
I love you so much.
I love you, too.
Wait! We can team up!
I'm sorry, excuse me. This is a Toad Huddle?
I know our history is complicated. I mean, you sent me spinning off into space. No hard feelings. Much respect. But now that you're here, we can execute my plan to defeat the Topians together.
These Topians, are they famous?
Infamous.
I'm in!
I'm not. Thanks for the hot tip, lady, but we can beat the Topians without you.
Wow, that makes me the tie-breaking vote.
I declare a Toad Shampoo!
Toad Shampoo!
A what now?
minigame stuff, I guess. Toaster beats instrument beats puppet beats. I'm extremely confused.
It's a tie.
I guess I lost. Yeah, I understand that it's rock, paper, scissors, but it's different every goddamn time. I wasn't really clear on the controls or the timing here. Okay, that means I'm ready. Okay. It's toaster, musical instrument, and puppet. That's what the things were.
It's a tie.
Okay. I guess every character has like their own version of what each of them looks like. Well, thank God that didn't last longer than that. Like, it's a funny gag. I just thought they did a poor job of explaining it in time. Like, it could have been rock, paper, scissors, except they, like, actually transformed their hands. Like, that would have been just fine and would be a lot less confusing, I think. But, I mean, it worked well enough in that it didn't overstay its welcome, exactly. What am I supposed to do? I'm not taking any damage. Whoa. That was loud. What's up, D? Oh, that was okay. I need to do this, land the killing move. I think it's starting to become noticeable that it's pretty weak. I spit in his eye, or do I just wait? Probably just wait. Why do I do this move? It's so fucking slow. Alright, that's good. Ah, 8-year startup and everything. That's my bad. There we go. Okay. 2 hits, 1 to go, I guess. What's up, Electro? I mean, honestly, I feel like this game is more weird than bad. I think there's definitely stuff to like about it, and I think it's pretty unconventional in a lot of ways. For good and for bad. To be clear, I don't think it's bad that it is unconventional. My complaints aren't necessarily that I wish it was more conventional or more like a particular Battletoads game or a particular beat 'em up or anything, but there's just a lot of parts of this game that I feel I'm not really sure what to make of. It takes a little while to like sort of understand the rhythm and flow of it. But like on the one hand, I'm definitely getting into it more and learning it and understanding it. But the game does also keep kind of throwing new stuff that's not great. This has been a pretty decent fight, though. I have no idea why I did that, but... Oh, shit, this thing's on here. Alright, got him.
He's down. Now let's steal his spaceship and get out of here.
Like, the tone, the comedy, I think is... It falls very flat sometimes. But it's still... It has made me laugh on a few occasions, which is a lot more than I thought it would. So, like, I definitely got to give it credit. I think it executes pretty decently on what it's trying to do.
Stay calm. You're a queen.
Pretty
You're
decently.
unstoppable. Suck my frigging butt, you backstabbing punks! Chug my dump truck, you stinky wimps! Beep, beep, garbage butt backing up! I hate the Battletoads.
Like, this wasn't very funny.
Hey, Queen, correct me if I'm wrong. Earlier, did I hear you scream that we stink?
What? No. I was talking about the cattle toads. Like you guys, but cattle. They stink.
I'm so friggin' pumped. We're gonna be famous. Sup, Topian scum? We just stole a spaceship, and we're coming for you. The Battletoads and the Dark Queen are gonna destroy you. And in case you're wondering, our exact space coordinates are 3x543.
Stop that! Your Majesties?
Yes, mortal.
Moments ago, we received this transmission.
The Battletoads and the Dark Queen are gonna destroy you.
Did that voice just say it was going to destroy us?
Who would want to destroy you? You've got the most amazing shape.
I'm wearing Nebulous from Zorthos. You know, the cluster with the gross bugs?
Oh, the gross bugs. See, I think they're cute bugs. With their little wobble.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the wobble. I wonder if they're ready to evolve. Might be fun to set them up.
With the fourth dimension?
Yes, yes, yes.
Now, see, this is why little old me and you run the universe.
Oh, great ones. What do you want to do about the Dark Queen and the Battletoads?
Huh? Oh, alert the galaxy and kill them. And I'm waiting on a sandwich. Great torturing, torture team.
Forgive me.
Forgive? More like 400 lashes. See what I did there? I took 4.
I love it.
Whip him.
Yes, and hear that pun in your nightmare.
Yeah. Whip him good. That should be a song.
Write that down.
Pardon my interruption, oh floating ones, but we still haven't located the Dark Queen.
Oh my god, what kind of an update is that?
Yeah, restaurants don't say, excuse me, we haven't started making your food.
Oh, you know, that one place did.
Oh, that's right. The place that's mean on purpose.
I want to pay you to be mean to me. That's what I have a mother for.
Have you found the other ones? The, Arbaltoes? The Totalobes?
Oh, the things we're looking for. The Brutables.
Bartle Bears?
The Tattletoes?
The Beetle Bugs?
Fire Bats? The Jitsu Bats?
Battle Bees?
That's it.
That's it. Battle Bees.
The Battle Bees.
The Battletoads. I'm afraid they've eluded capture as well.
What did you do?
Well, I made him 3 inches shorter. Doesn't seem like much, but his entire life will change. Now, do your job before I give you combination skin. That's like when part of your skin is dry.
Parts are oily and parts are dry.
Right, you need the right product.
Those ugly toads and that spinny little witch might be more of a formidable team than we thought.
We couldn't do this without you. You're the most important member of the team. Just don't tell the others I said that, okay?
Where are we?
Jercury 9, an outer ring planet and home to an old cohort of mine named Jeffrey.
And he's see-through? Cool.
He's a well-connected diplomat who knows of a secret entrance into Topian City. However, I need to speak with him alone.
Okay, what's going on here? I thought I was a leader. Are you all conspiring behind my back? Seriously, like, am I paranoid? Do I sound crazy? Am I crazy right now?
No way. You're the leader.
Okay, good, great. In that case, I say the Queen waits outside while we talk to Jeff.
You don't even know Jeff. Why would he trust you?
Why do you trust me?
I don't. That's why I don't want you talking to Jeff.
Too bad. I'm pulling rank.
This is so stupid. Stupid. I declare one of those thingies. A tishy boom?
Toe Shambo.
Toe Chambo!
Toe Shambo!
I mean, I think it's kind of more like it works.
Hey, introducing the Dark Queen.
I feel like it kind of works more than it doesn't.
Dark Queen loses.
It's like, again, just trying to parse what's going on here. It's difficult.
Dark Queen loses.
I feel like this is a bit of a setup here.
Dark Queen loses.
I guess her hand is just a hand. Yeah, like some of the kind of meta jokes are
Sorry, Queen.
Call me if you have any
definitely
problems.
fall pretty flat.
Talk about a superiority complex. Okay, everyone, keep your eyes peeled for
Jeff.
I'm Jeff. How may I help you?
Yeah, hi. I'm in charge here, and we're gonna.
But like,
need
I think the
you
animation's
to
pretty good
seek away
too. Like,
Utopian City, please, and thank you.
We're working with the Dark Queen.
She works for us, actually.
The Dark Queen is challenging the Topians? Of course I'll share the coordinates. However, I'll need to speak with the Queen herself alone.
We can call her.
No, anything you would tell her, you can tell us.
That's the opposite of what I said. Not to mention, I'm busy negotiating peace between two warring tribes by acquiring their medallions of respect. So, unless you connect me with the Dark Queen immediately, we have nothing left to discuss.
Here.
No. Give it here.
Hello? Is something wrong?
Jeff is fine. Jeff is fine.
It's a weird thing to say. Can I talk to him?
This is Jeff.
Jeff, you sound different.
I have pink eye.
Pink eye doesn't change how you sound.
I mean, pink mouth?
So sorry, Super Pink. Gotta go. Bye. Whew, that bought us some time.
Time for what?
Time to help Jeff's body earn those medallions. He'll wake up and see what we did and then fork over the coordinates. Any objections?
Will it matter?
No, it will not. Let's find those medallions.
yeah, I was about to say earlier in this cutscene, like, I like Zitz. Like, he's, like, obviously Rash is meant to be an idiot, but it's not endearing. It's just annoying. But Zitz and Pimple being kind of level-headed, you know, they're kind of the straight man that
Toad?
is actually kind of funny.
Intercepted radio chatter about Utopian
But it turns out that
checkpoint in the
Zitz is a fucking idiot too, so I don't like him as much.
palace. That would be stupid.
So I guess Pimple is the one I
Stupid,
like.
Stupid. Ow! Oh crap! There's a bee in the spaceship. Ow! Ow! Ow!
I think the entire vibe of the game is, I think it's a lot better executed than I thought it would. Like it's more, it's more fully fledged. Like it doesn't half-ass any of it. Like, it kind of goes all in on the idea of what it's trying to do. And that in itself, I think, carries it pretty far. But it is also, I think, rather well done. I think ultimately I feel pretty similarly with this as I did with Double Dragon Neon, in that I question the decision to go in this direction. But as far as going this direction, it doesn't come across as half-assed. It's not an irredeemable trash fire. Yeah, that's. I agree with that. All out landing, but I appreciate all the 2D assets being done for a game. Yeah, like visually, I think it looks great. My problem with the visuals, like some of the character designs, like I don't care much for the enemies. Although these guys are kind of decent looking. I think the Toads look okay. I don't like the Dark Queen's look, but I can understand wanting to make her different for the character that they wrote for her. But yeah, the visuals are kind of the least of the problem per se, like in terms of aesthetics. But functionally, there's a lot of issues with the game in terms of readability and how that shit works that I think are basically a direct consequence. Oops, okay. Let's see, like, how I should... Not sure where I should pause these things.
Got it.
Not like that, apparently. Ah, that works. At least Dark Queen has animation. Yeah. I mean, she's more of a character for that matter. To be honest, I'd rather have this than them going the Family Guy-like route. Honestly, it's like... Well, I was going to say it's indistinguishable. I mean, I don't care for Family Guy, and I think this is like... I like this better. But I wouldn't say that this is like a distinctly different direction. If anything, I think like this is... That's like pretty much... I would feel like you could absolutely describe this as like the Family Guy version of Battletoads. It just isn't quite as stupid as Family Guy, I guess. I don't know. But I mean, I don't really watch modern cartoons, so I wouldn't know what, if anything, you would compare this to specifically. Yeah, it's just kind of weirdly... Floaty isn't the right word for it, but it's kind of weird. There's plot. It's all explained. We have a common enemy, basically. I mean, I will say, I think... But it is... That's one of the things that I think is a challenge doing something like Battletoads, where there's so little to go off of, really. Like, there's so little in terms of established, like, lore and world building in the original games. Yeah, the feel of the punches is great. Like, I have no issues with that at all. That's not what I'm... That's why I'm struggling to find a word for it. But it's like... there's a lack of precision in your movement and attacks. Like, both movement and attacks tend to kind of snap into position. Which is like... There's a lenience there that's helpful. But it also means that...
Look, that wooden gladiator has
stuff doesn't quite...
He's fighting in a nearby arena.
There's like an unpredictability to it.
It's written on the billboard.
Rash, can you read?
You kidding? I read tons of books.
Like, all of Rash's jokes are completely just fall utterly flat to me. But yeah, like, there's a lot of kind of reinvention that, well, I shouldn't say it has to happen, but if they want to do a game with a kind of a narrative to it, they're inevitably going to have to fill in a lot of blanks. And I think that's a kind of a thankless thing to do, because you're going to ruffle some feathers when doing that. I guess gumming them means they can't block? I don't know. At least Rash's launch attack is really fast. Dude, like, that shit is so annoying. You want to interrupt them doing their attack, so they just start blocking. Get rid of these guys. But yeah, some of the mechanics with, like, the being able to stun them and stuff like that, like, really not all bad, but there's just so much going on and so difficult to take in what's going on that it's a bit troublesome for sure. Got him. It seemed like I would be able to do something with this, but probably not. Don't like how every quote-unquote turtle has the same personality. I mean, I don't think they do. Rash certainly stands out, but I don't know. I think that the kind of interplay between them in the dialogue is pretty well done. It's just that Rash is such a dickhead that they're not very lovable. But I don't know. I like Pimple well enough. At least this game feels finished. That's more than you can say for some of the original games. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Where did the willfully ignorant moron that's intended to be funny but isn't start? I don't know. Family Guy? Nah, but like I said, I'm not like a big cartoon guy, so I guess I wouldn't really know. Yeah, so now we're like on a straight line here, I guess. So blocking, and I can't hit him with my... Ah! And I can't fucking see what's going on. I'm like stuck between the... behind the HUD. There we go. Okay, so you can't have to spit these guys, I guess. Like, it's kind of weird that you have these special attacks, and some enemies require you to... You need to spit certain guys, you need to do a heavy to break certain guys' armors. You need to kind of grab certain guys, at least you can. Like, it doesn't feel obvious which attacks, or which, like, moves, whatever, you can and cannot do on particular enemy types. But yeah, like, it feels a little... Like, I think someone mentioned Doom as a good example of, like, not going overboard with narrative stuff. I mean, I think with what they clearly intended to do with this game, I think probably fleshing out the world a little bit with characters, personality, like, it's not the worst route to go. I agree that, like, you know, the aforementioned lack of animation, for example, but also lack of characterization, you know, that was a thing in the original games. Like, the Dark Queen feels like kind of an afterthought almost. And I think it could have been pretty, like, unsatisfying if there hadn't been at least a little bit more of an attempt to flesh things out a little bit. But it does make it a little tricky again, like, with coming up with something that feels this would work. So if they don't connect, what's that green thing? I do love these little vocalization when you're doing these puzzles. Like, the characters like talking to themselves. I think that's a very cute touch. Was there a connection up there? This isn't all that fun, though. I guess I can't... Oh, okay. Just, like, cycling through all the options here.
Let's see.
has to go down by the bottom, I guess. Let's just figure out what it's gonna actually do here. Hang on. Okay, so the green thing just bounces it back. But why did it stop where it stopped? That I do not understand. Is it like a time thing? Oh, you can see that on that thing, the direction. Oh, okay. It was trying to go to the left. Now I see. We have to bounce it back. There we go. Now it's going to work. It was trying to go left, and the path stopped. There we go. Is this Siberia? Yeah, this is the cartoon Siberia. They replaced the main character with a Battletoad. Yeah, Dark Queen is like she's like in a ship or something, isn't she, in the arcade? There's no like proper Dark Queen boss fight. And even the games where you do fight her, it's not like it's I don't know, yeah, she's got like one sprite that she turns into fire and tornadoes and shit. What's up, Mr. Fui? I don't know, you missed about 2 hours of Battletoads. It's a lot. I'm liking this game significantly more than I expected to. I can say that much. It's weird and it's got a lot of issues, but it also does a lot of things better than I expected it to. Spit that thing. Yep. I definitely did not expect to be as impressed as I have been with the visuals. I think it looks great. Oh, okay. Yep, now we're doing this again. So there's only the one left thing, or the direction turning thing, so that means we should probably not use that. Oh, never. Oh, hang on. Well, obviously, we're not going to want to bounce into that thing from the left. Let me see. Can we put... Okay.
Got it.
I'm just trying to figure out where... Okay, so there's no more of these things, which means that we're almost certainly going to need this. So let's see if we can... This looks promising. Will it go through that green? I think probably it will. Actually, I think we got it. But yeah, the game's sort of attempt to break a lot of like the repetitiveness up with these kind of segments is a little weird, and the combat itself isn't particularly varied. Like the level designs, the levels kind of look different, but it also... The levels themselves, as far as like locations and as far as set pieces, as far as memorable fights, like... Well, there aren't any, really. Like... I hate to just repeat myself, but it provides a convenient example. Streets of Rage 4... I mean, it's not every encounter is super memorable, but you have encounters with specific enemies, kind of mini boss fight almost encounters. And you have, you know, obviously you got like the Halberd Galsier room in the Chinatown stage, which is like probably the most like iconic encounter in the game. But even on smaller scale, there's stuff along those lines. Just because the setup of an encounter, the enemy types, what weapons they have, hazards, etc., like just it's combined in a way that isn't repeated in that exact manner, basically. And I mean, technically that's true here, I guess, with the enemy groupings and stuff. But the total sum of it, you know. I mean, for some reason, I just thought of Dynamite Deck. Oh, there's the thing there. Where you fight like you get the fucking anti-vehicle gun or whatever, and you go to the toilets, and this dude in his underwear comes out of the toilet stall. Like, it's goofy as shit, but it's like memorable. And I feel like this game doesn't really have that. This room in particular, like, everything is weirdly bright. I can't see what the heck's going on. Let's get Pimple. Let's not care so much about combos. High combo numbers anyway. Just get these enemies out of here. Well, that's an S rank. We'll take that. Like, I don't know. Theoretically. Yo, Atomic Runner raining some bits here. Celebrating my now achieved big Concoins fortune. Congrats. You're rich now, huh? Yeah, this is just a... I have complex thoughts on this game. But, like, it kind of goes to show, I think, like, how difficult it is to get a lot of these things right, because sometimes it feels, like, obvious looking at it, but at the same time, like, there's a lot of personality to a lot of what's going on here. And without playing the game, I'm not sure I would have these like critiques. But when I'm playing it, it's gonna be a thing, right? Why'd I turn my back to do that? That was weird. Is that not a thing? I guess not. Oh boy. Oh, am I gonna have to backtrack just to find that? Oh, I guess that's a secret. So in the foreground there's like a chainsaw, tent, boot, axe, doghouse, or whatever. So I need to change these to like the equivalent symbol, probably. Let's just take a super quick look. It's something to do with the numbers, right? Because there's how many of each of these things are there. Or is that the symbol? Oh, it's like too convoluted. It's going to give me an optional, like, unlockable thing. Secretly Battletoads / Myst crossover. It kind of feels that way, doesn't it? The puzzles are, like, weirdly elaborate for this type of game. But fully, I agree. This game, I'm surprised at how not half-assed it looks. Because, yeah, that symbol was on something. But, yeah, well. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with this. I didn't watch a lot of this game going in. Like, I'd seen the release date trailer that they put out. But certainly once it, came out, I purposefully avoided seeing any of the game. Oh, fucking fish. Why did I do that move? I forgot that it sucks. But I remember from that first trailer I saw where they had the turbo bike section. I just thought that looked... Where'd that? Yeah, okay. I thought those 3D section looked distinctly half-assed, and it kind of threw a bit of a shadow over the entirety of the game. And I do think that's visually easily the weakest part so far. But even so, it still looked kind of better than I thought it would. So I definitely expected it to look and feel a lot more half-assed than it actually does. Oh, yeah, it's really tough to deal with this many enemies at once. Because you're like barely given opportunity to well, do much of anything. Alright, new enemies. Oh shit. And yeah, there's so much shit going on, it's so hard to tell what's even happening. These X guys clearly a problem though. The dash is good, but it's not the be all end all of avoiding shit. Or, I mean, it's what you got, but it's not. Doesn't get you out of anything, I guess is what I meant to say. Alright, let's get some flies. Dude, it's so hard to parse what's going on. But I guess that's what the gum mechanic is for. Spit dudes giving you trouble across the screen. Or rather, just like throw it out and trust that it's gonna hit something. It's gonna lower the number of enemies simultaneously attacking you. I guess I was shot. I keep going back to the music being pretty sick, though. I really like the music in this. It's like... It feels Battletoadsy, and it's just good fighting music. I think when things get too wild, it's frustrating to like feel like you can't quite tell what's happening. But once it sort of settles down a little bit, it's pretty nice. Like, it's... Thought that guy was dead too, but... But yeah, it's got issues, that's for sure. A lot of neat stuff. Then I see the actual fighting, I'm not especially impressed. You have mobility, but also don't enough mobility when you need it. Kind of, but I'm not sure if that's the issue, really. Like, the problem... Like, a lot of stuff has a lot of startup, which makes it tough to land certain attacks. You can cancel out of the startup, but the dash, which I can't do, by the way, you can only do the dash in combat, is... I don't know. I mean, I think it's promising, the fact that the game has a ranking system. Each fight, you get, like, a letter grade. And I've gotten the occasional S, but I've got a lot of C's and even D's. So, like, clearly I could be doing a lot better. And given that there's seemingly a lot of room for me to improve my skill, I feel hesitant to say too much definitively about how it works and what you can and can't do. Can I not spit these guys? Am I out of spit? Nope. Maybe I need to jump spit? Nope. But I think one of the issues is like the fact that the kill system, whatever you want to call it, the fact that you need to like knock enemies down to kill them, means that they stay on screen and you kind of want to get rid of them, but most of the attacks that will knock them down take a lot of time to do, so you end up having a lot of enemies on screen. Even if they stay stunned, it's just like stressful having them on screen and having it be a bit of a challenge to get rid of them. But by far the biggest thing is like, it's just even with the game telegraphing enemy attacks in like 2 or 3 different ways simultaneously in like super garish effects, like it's still so easy to miss it. Because yeah, the graphics are just difficult to parse. The gum targeting seems to prioritize the enemies you would want to gum, but again, I can't really tell because I rarely look at what I'm hitting. I'm so busy looking at my character, I'll just spit and hope that it helps me somehow. But again, like, it's hard to keep track of life bar. You do have an indicator by your life bar that's supposed to tell you how much gum you have, but I've never been able to sort of look at that and determine, oh, I have 1 gum or 2 gums. Like, I'll just try it and it usually works. Might benefit from being slightly half-assed insofar as enemies having all this lush comic animation means I can't make out shit on a busy screen. Yeah, it's definitely an issue, but I think it's partly with like the color palette and everything is vibrant.
How did he beat us here?
I think some things in life just won't make
So
sense.
stuff never really stands
What do you
out.
mean?
Like, maybe God didn't have the time or the budget to make everything perfect, or maybe there were just some outside mitigating circumstances.
Sounds like a lot of excuses.
Yes, it does, Rash. Yes, it does.
Like the level of contrast and saturation is like so samey between foregrounds, backgrounds, characters. Which it's tough to tell things apart. And the enemy types, like, yeah, the game just kind of, I guess each act has their own. Like in Act 1, I guess we were fighting Dark Queen's circus mutants or whatever, and now in Act 2 we're fighting the Topians. Is that what they were called? The space aliens, and it's just a completely new set of enemies. Some of them are, I guess, kind of analogs for earlier enemy types, but some of them aren't. But your arsenal of ways to approach enemies is like limited enough in scope that it's not that troublesome to like, oh shit, it's new enemy types, now I have to figure out the approach for each enemy. Like, it's not, that never gets that complicated. But it's still a little bit weird. But more than that, it's like, I think maybe the character size also contributes to that. Like, the characters are pretty small, and there's a lot of them on screen, which means that like I have to focus my attention like in a pretty large area, and it's so dense with information that I just can't take in the necessary information with a passing glance, which makes it easy to miss like potentially crucial information in terms of what enemies am I fighting, what are they doing, what enemy is in what state are they attacking. Like, yeah, it's just something about that whole balancing act feels a little off. Like, I'm curious if you were to desaturate the backgrounds significantly, like how would that help? Or like even,
I'm sorry, Jeff. Lumberjack Law states the medallion must be taken, not given.
giving
You
enemies
know
more
you're super
specific
cool.
silhouettes
Way
and
cooler
color
than my
palettes or
roommate.
something.
Like, how hard is it to rinse your dishes? Anyway, good luck in the battle.
Oh yeah, there's like a gladiator thing, I guess. I forgot. So it's a boss fight. Okay. Jeff. Okay. I like those little boss intro screens. Okay, that's a thing. Steve, what's up? This game came out yesterday, I guess. The boss fights seem pretty, like, mechanically unique. I'll give him that much. The Overseer, whatever, Guardian, whatever it was called, the big purple thing, that was a pretty fun boss fight. Am I meant to do something? I wouldn't put it past the game to just have me wait a year before letting me do stuff. If that's the case, I can't figure it out. I can't spit. Can't seem to be able to tongue anything. Oh, no. Okay, cutscene.
Wouldn't you know it? I got a big friggin' axe!
It's taking damage. That hit me, I see. What if I dashed through that? I feel like I avoided getting hit by that shockwave the first time. This is probably the best damage. Oh. I was gonna say more of those explosive things, but I guess not. It's probably not the best character here, but it seemed to give me a lot of iframes, so that probably worked out. But yeah, like, that's another thing. Like, the game has a lot of, like I said, superficial variety. Things aren't literally the same. You are doing kind of different things, but it's not particularly meaningful in that the variety, like the things done to create variety, are in themselves kind of repetitive and samey and or not super fun. But as far as like action game boss design goes, I've certainly, you know, dealt with more tedious, annoying boss. Oh, wow. Great. Although I might have hit a damage threshold there. Who knows? Yeah, the like big old scared of the boss fight animation, that's pretty charming. I think they did that earlier in the game, but I didn't necessarily pick up on it. Like overall, I think the transformations and stuff too, like they kind of call attention to themselves more than I feel like they ever did in the original games. But they're charming and aesthetically well done. Oh, ooh, Rash just respawned. Okay, good. At least like you have the dash, you can dash in midair and stuff. Like this could have been a lot worse. Oh shit! I was not paying attention. I was looking up to see. I was looking at the life bars, and even with this super obvious telegraphing of the boss pattern, like his attacks, because I was glancing at the life bar, I didn't see it, and I got hit. Because you just cannot see the life bars while you're playing. Like, that's a pretty egregious issue. Doesn't seem like you can't hit him. Yeah, it's definitely like the go-to boss design. Like the reason I phrased it that way too is like it's not the most egregious or most like annoying boss fight I've played, because it's like it seems like a foregone conclusion that the basic setup is going to be you wait, literally do nothing or avoid shit for like 2 minutes before you're allowed to fight back. That's just how bosses are made. Oh, got him, I guess. Oh.
Oh, please don't hurt me. My roommate will have to drive me to the hospital, and there's like loose ketchup all over his seat and floor mats.
Sorry, actually.
I'm not, okay, I didn't see what happened there, but that's fine. I understand that everyone does it, so getting mad about it is practically just me being angry at nothing at this point. You know, shaking your fist at the clouds and everything. That's... I can relate to that. The music's great. I think the music's really good in this game. This music would have fit perfectly in the Battletoads remake in my brain. You know, if I were tasked with coming up with what a new Battletoads would be like. I'm sorry. I don't even understand what this is like supposed to be or represent. I think this game is a little bit confused, and when I say that, I don't mean like because it has segments with different gameplay or anything, but sometimes it does kind of go this absurdist gag direction with weird left field shit like, oh boy, we're fucking Peter Puppy right now. And I mean, I understand, like, creating a game that's, like, all about weird one-off gags is pretty difficult. But it's, like, almost rare enough that when it does happen, you're like, oh, yeah, right, this game does weird shit. What? Wait. Target? What? Oh. Okay. I sort of understood what I was meant to do there. There we go. I guess that thing on the on the far right means it's how like far I leapt into the air. Is that what that is? That I'm currently falling? But, like, that's not really communicated very well. And then I land. Okay. I guess we did some Olympics. I think. Like, I like the idea of the gag, and I think it's, like, kind of well executed in some ways. The concept, I think, is funny, but from a gameplay perspective, from, like, as far as my experience playing the game, I'm thrown into it. It's a tough thing to do, because it had, like, for the sake of the sort of comedy, like, again, if this had been a cartoon, and this scene comes up, and all of a sudden we're doing gymnastics and shit, that's a kind of a potentially really funny, weird curveball of a thing. But when you do it in the game and you have to actually perform, the game kind of needs to stop to explain some things, which kills the pacing of the joke. So yeah, it, like, doesn't quite work. I think the problem is the third one. The controls, like, I did not understand what I was meant to do, and by the time I understood what I was meant to do and I almost finished it, I was still struggling to understand logically within the fiction what is actually happening. What am I even doing here? And even during these parts, the game has the same problem of readability. Like, I don't have time to take in more than half of the UI.
It's settled. We gymnasts agree to stop attacking the lumberjacks.
We lumberjacks agree to the same. Thank you, Jeff, for brokering this truce.
Yeah, it's like...
Don't you mean spruce? Like the tree?
Wow, you really understand lumberjacks now.
It's weirdly confusing.
Let's eat!
In a way that probably didn't need to be.
Oh, yeah. Yum, yum time. What? I thought dinner was served.
That wasn't dinner.
That was a server.
Oh.
Call a small ambulance! 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, Walter. You survived malaria. You can survive this.
Son.
Get off me! He's gonna pull through.
You have to let him go.
We love him.
Elder Insect Waiter. That's a pretty good character name.
632. Cause of death. Someone else's stupidity.
Whoops.
Hold on. Jeff loves small food. He would never have mistaken small waiters for the actual meal itself. He's unconscious!
Hey, who are you three?
These frogs have been puppeteering Jeff like some sort of stringed toy.
Deciding their fate will be the first act of our newly peaceful society.
Kill him! All in favor, say aye!
Aye!
Yeah, like some of the transitions, or lack thereof, make it like. I mean, it's really challenging to. I mean, it's always like making a funny game is always difficult, right?
This is fine. Everything's
And-
fine.
We're riding on Jeff's body.
And he hasn't complained, so this is fine.
All right, we get Battletoads music. Umbrellas, that's a nice touch. Hopefully this is going to be visually simple enough to understand. Oh, never mind, it's already confusing. Okay, X for ice, I guess. Y for sponge. Oh, jumping is a little tricky. I'm whatever train of thought I was on, it's all gone. Carpet. I'm not sure what that was, but fine. Do I have to hold it? I don't even know. And it's still probably better than most of the vehicle sections in any of the Battletoads games. I guess it actually tells you at the bottom of the screen which ones you're supposed to do. That's good. And they are color-coded after the buttons. If you happen to remember Xbox button colors. But I will say, like, as far as the comedy and the humor stuff goes, like, the game does an admirable job. I think it lands a lot more than I would have expected. Oh, this is going to be a long one, isn't it? But it's going to be, like, trying to do that kind of gag thing and have it be playable, like, makes it even more difficult. But I am glad in a way that they don't relegate the comedy to cutscenes, because I don't think that's the solution either. Even if it doesn't quite necessarily work. But also, again, on the, like, as far as succeeding or not with comedy, I don't particularly love this aspect of the narrative where, like, I guess the characters I'm playing as are collectively like a bunch of idiots. It's not particularly endearing, in my opinion. Flashbacks to River City Girls. And the ending, basically... The ending of that game is basically that the whole game was meaningless and your characters are idiots. Which... I don't know, it didn't feel like a great note to end on. Wow, okay. Just full on checkpoint. Oh, my eyes. This is harsh to look at. I know some people who would be into playing as a whole bunch of videos for a long stretch of time, but again, it's really tiresome fast. Yeah, like... They can be idiots, but I don't know. I guess it's when they, like... Maybe it's not them being idiots that I'm the most upset with. It's more maybe about them being malicious, whether intentionally or not. When they're, like, causing others harm and problems and it's played off as a joke, like, that's... I'm not saying you can't do that or whatever, but it's not, you know, it's not very endearing.
Enough. We need DQ's help.
No, we don't.
And yeah, like him being
Yes,
obstinate about this,
Fine.
just causing a lot of needless problems.
I can't hit the phone right now. I'm probably doing something evil. Please leave a message.
Hey, Queen.
So needless,
just called to
you know.
say we're in a bit of a jam, and we could use a tiny bit of rescuing. So a little help, maybe. This is it, by the way. I'm still a good leader. Bye.
It's not a very sympathetic trait of him being so worked up about being a leader clearly not being very good at it. I don't know. Maybe there's a redemption arc coming. We'll see. But it seems to be kind of that, I don't know. The humor obviously seems like it's mostly pretty broad. Ah. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I guess you do die instantly. I was like, my finger was getting tired from pressing all these buttons. So I was like, I'll get hit this once, I guess. I don't know what I was thinking. There's not a lot of room for brain activity. Holding Y and pressing A to jump is... Why would they require you to do that? Like, it's very hard. Like, it doesn't cause too much of a problem if you accidentally overlap and also press another button, I guess, but... It's weird that they would do that. And I guess it's meant to be challenging, but... It's just kind of obnoxious. Oh, shit, that was close. I halfway fell through that thing. Oh, this is very strenuous on the eyes to look at. What? Oh, wrong button. Ooh. Luckily, it was right after I checked. Oh, okay. No, like, load screen and shit. That's pretty nice. Yeah. I jumped too high. We're pretty close to the end, though. We got 4 out of the 5 thingamajigs, so... Oh, shit. I tried to jump, but I didn't get it. Again, though, this isn't that fun, I guess? Dude! Okay. I tried to jump, but maybe I tried to jump too early before I had landed. Come on. I had the right button, I just was a little too far away, I guess. Oh, come on! In the grand scheme of things, this isn't the worst reboot. I mean, no, I think there's... I know buzz for this game was pretty negative. Or that's the vibe I got, at least. Oh, wrong button. But I'm legitimately impressed with certain aspects in... Like... I'm not sure... Alright, shouldn't have jumped there to get that, but that means we're close to the end. That's... Should I have jumped into these things? So, yeah, I was gonna say, that's meant to happen, right?
Looks like we were saved by the long arm of the claw.
Pimple's not amused?
No? Nothing? Okay.
I can't even talk. The game succeeds in many ways that I didn't expect it to. But it's I don't know. I'm not in love with the game. Clearly, I think it has issues, and I'm wrestling with what I really think about the game. But I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like I feel hesitant to complain too much because I don't have an answer to what it should have been. I mean, I don't think it's my obligation to have a solution to say, you know, I don't think I have an obligation as a player and as a consumer to come up with a better alternative for, like, I'm allowed to critique a game without being able to say this is how it should have been to be better. But at the same time, I feel in terms of, like, being able to analyze why I don't like it. It's not so much about being able to tell the developers what they should have done or whatever, but just for my own personal sake, it's unsatisfying to not have a strong argument. It's unsatisfying to not have a well-founded argument for why I like or dislike something. And that's where I'm a little bit confounded, because as of yet, I don't think... I mean, first of all, I don't even really know what I think, much less why I think that way. But more than that, or, you know, crucially, I don't have a great answer, irrespective of what this game happens to be or how it executes things, what I would want from a Battletoads like reboot. I think, you know, I like beat 'em ups, and I do think the beat 'em up action is, as far as there being any kind of core to what Battletoads is, it's probably that. Even though the original games definitely are pretty all over the place in terms of genre and playstyle and a lot of gimmicks and whatever. And I think I respect this game for, like, clearly picking up on that and doing something with it. But because, again, with the narrative aspects too, right? They were so flimsy in the original games that whatever they do to flesh it out is going to be a departure merely on account of having a narrative. You have to fill that with something, and that's going to be stuff that was not present in the original. Not to say that this is as faithful as it could have been, but, you know, just in general, you're going to end up in a situation where stuff is going to be, like, different. But, yeah, I don't know what I would have wanted, necessarily. But sometimes things seem like, I'm not sure this is it. It's better than terrible. Dare to say decent, which is better than what I would have said for River City Girls. I think River City Girls was more extreme peaks and valleys in terms of quality and execution. Like, I think there were aspects of that game that were tremendous. A lot of the art is excellent, really, really excellent. A lot of, like, aspects of how it plays are really well done, but then there's other aspects which are just, like, egregiously terrible. And I don't think there's a lot about this that's, like, I mean, maybe this stage just now is, like, the closest to egregiously terrible. Like, there's, I feel... I mean, I don't think it's something they could realistically patch, simply because the game has been in development for so long and they still clearly didn't get all the issues ironed out. So I don't think a patch would help. But in theory, I feel like some of the readability issues and stuff should be... You should be able to address some of that and take some of the frustration out of it. But yeah, the core, I think they did a pretty decent job of, like, coming up with their own sort of set of beat 'em up mechanics. I should have probably paused the timer a while ago. I've been playing for 3 hours roughly. Well, 2.5, I guess. I've been streaming for 3 hours. This is a good opportunity to take a break. I need to rest my eyes, I think, after that stage anyway. I'll step away for a few minutes. I'll be back shortly, and we'll keep going. So this was Act 2, Stage 5. I wonder how much of the game is left, actually. 3 acts, rather. Seems like it could be a thing. Maybe we'll finish it tonight, maybe not. But we'll be playing a while still, for sure. But, as I said, I'll step away for a few minutes. Be back shortly with more Battletoads. Okay. I'm back. Also, I should have gotten something more to drink. I just realized, but fuck it. We'll make do. Let's resume the timer. Aha, I remembered. Keep going.
So, what happened to Jeff?
He was praising my leadership when he just collapsed.
Dark Queen, you look different than I remember.
Hello again, Jeffrey. We're looking for the secret entrance to Topian City. Will you help us?
You knocked me unconscious.
You did?
I would never. But I did, yes, accidentally.
I refuse to help these cretins, Queen. Dump the frogs, then we can talk. You know what? One more thing. I'm sorry, but it absolutely has to be said. This new outfit...
Thank you, Jeffrey. You've made this much, much easier.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
Tell me the location of the secret entrance!
There's a map in my back pocket! It's yours!
Got it. I guess we've changed, Jeff. I've grown more impatient, and you want to control what I'm wearing. Like you're entitled to it because we hung out 20 years ago. Oh, Jeffrey, you've soiled your pants.
What are you gonna do with me?
I've already let you down once. Why not twice? We got the map.
You're not mad that we lied to you?
I'm more relieved no one had pink eye. We've been touching all the same doorknobs.
Yep, bottom line, I displayed great leadership by calling the Queen for help. And as our leader, I've decided that we should follow her lead for the rest of the mission.
Huh, that almost sounds like an apology.
I think Zitz just had a breakthrough.
What do you say, Queen?
I say, next stop, Topian City.
Jeff didn't exactly stick the landing.
Was that a gymnast joke, you lumberjack sack of crap?
Are you making fun of the sack lunges we lumberjacks bring into the forest?
Goodbye, truce. Welcome back, Sweet War.
And that's why planet Golo has its unremarkable yellow hue.
Oh, fascinating.
Next, a boring amoeba who only communicates through ambient sounds like...
Sorry, Zitz. I can't take any more of your podcasts.
Okay, how do you want to spend the next 3 million miles?
We could play I Spy.
Ooh, me first. I spy another spaceship heading right for us. What
the hell?
Did they just call us?
What's well, what can you do?
My
Que
ears.
sera, sera. When they go...
Get 'em!
We're gaining on them.
What exactly is the point of fighting these idiots?
You mean besides the fantastic feeling of revenge?
Queen, please. I don't want to rush into a
I'm with Pimple.
unnecessary fight.
Good point.
Thank you.
Counterpoint. This is a perfect opportunity to test the ship's weaponry before Topian City. Pimple?
No one listens. Make them understand. No, but I get so angry. Be nice. Be nice.
Pimple, let go of Rash.
I have to leave. This dynamic is toxic. I can't be a part of this friendship anymore.
Aren't you brothers?
We never talk about it.
Pimple, be reasonable.
No! Anyone tired of fighting can come with me. Otherwise, leave me alone.
Go with Pimple. If he gets into trouble, activate this beacon.
Pimple's just being dramatic.
Let him blow off some steam while we blow up these dirtbags. I'm talking about murder.
These guys get less likable by the minute. Also, Dark Queen's hands are incredibly
Now,
off-putting.
does anyone know how to control this ship?
There'll probably be some sort of tutorial.
What? Oh, wait, it says right there on the screen.
Told you.
Does it? What? Ugh. Why is everything so hard to parse? Oh, I guess I'm controlling... Oh, it's a twin stick thing. Yes, of course it is. Music's good. Again. Or still, rather. Oh, that's bad, I guess. That's a Fragmental Stew. Yeah, this came out yesterday. Didn't get a chance to play it till tonight, though. What does it say? Shielded evade. Okay. Okay. Ah, it's so awkward to aim. This game, by and large, I think is like a lot more decent than I would have expected. It's got a lot of issues, but it doesn't really have the specific issues I would have expected it to have. And it's definitely delivered more, or above what I would have expected in a lot of ways. But I think it's the way it's structured too, with all these different levels, each being kind of long. Like, I don't know, I will say, I think the maybe biggest thing I can say about the game is that, like, as far as talking about the quality or it being disappointing or whatever, it's never really been particularly frustrating or boring, which is probably like the worst two things a game could be. But I think there is a novelty and a degree of kind of enjoyment to get out of seeing what the game's going to throw at you next. So I really wonder how this game would sort of hold up to repeated play. Clearly, the game is kind of intended to be played and replayed for collectibles and score and rank. But I feel like if you were to replay levels for score, that a lot of the dialogue stuff and just the sort of staccato pacing of like stopping every 90 seconds to do some goofy shit, which is really kill the pacing much more significantly than it does just like on your first play. See if we can get this thing quick. Yep, nice. Super tanky enemies. Ah, my thumb is slipping. There we go, that's better. I clearly cannot quite read chat while I'm doing this. I'm not... I just don't really care much for right stick shooting like this. It's always a little bit awkward. Or I'm not very good at it, I guess I should say. Steam reviews 73% positive, 66 in English. That's, in a way, it's higher than I would have expected. But it's kind of, that's not necessarily accurate. I feel like it's higher than I would have expected based on my preconceived notions of the game. I don't know if it's higher than I would have expected based on my experience playing it. Because I do think genuinely that a lot of parts of it are better than I thought they would be, which would justify, or lead to probably better review scores or more positive reviews. And I also feel like things that I perhaps have issue with is things that I would expect the average Steam reviewer to maybe have less of an issue with. But I also would expect a game like this to get a lot of reviews, not necessarily based. I mean, not that it would be the most sort of prime candidate for review bombing, but I feel like it would get its fair share of reviews just because it's, you know, based on something people are fond of. That it would get its fair share of reviews that, you know, aren't super well informed, let's say. Like, I feel like there's probably enough about this game to put off people on the surface of it to, not to warrant, but to seemingly, you know, result in a not super positive reception. But, you know, simply put, I'm definitely enjoying this game more than I thought I would.
People and zero comment.
Move it, Chunky.
Hey, don't let that guy bother you. People like him try to spread pain. I'm all about pleasure. My name's Nico with a QU.
My name is Pimple. I was a Battletoad.
Ooh, sounds dramatic. If you're scoping chill spots for self-care, I'm meeting my friends in the meadow to play games. What do you say?
That's awfully nice, but I should be more careful with who I trust.
Hey, I'm the one talking to a guy carrying stuffed animals in public. We both could be psychopaths, man.
I guess you're right.
I like these little cartoon interstitials. I think they're really well done.
There's no violence allowed on the rock, my man. It's about using your thinker. And if you think you gotta drain the vein, now's the time. See you up there.
Okay, we're platformer now. Oh, we got a roll instead of a run. Okay, we're a puzzle platformer now. Sure. I think that's one of the things that I think the game sort of pulls off better than I would have expected. This kind of irreverent tone, maybe. Like, I don't think it's entirely... Oh, I already missed one. Oh. I don't think it's entirely in the spirit of the original, but I think it's... It's like a valid interpretation or sort of, what's the word? Not evolution, but, shit, what's the word I'm looking for? Extrapolation. Extrapolation is the word I'm looking for. It's an extrapolation of the weirdly varied gameplay stuff and occasional weird, you know, British offbeat humor. That wasn't, you know, as far as British games go, Battletoads isn't something that stands out to me as like particularly British jokey, but there's a little bit of that in the DNA, right? So I think this isn't that either, but I can see taking that part of Battletoads and kind of turning it into this, I think is like pretty novel. They forgot to make enemies. Well, that's what they said. Like this place ain't about fighting. It's all about using your thinker. I like that's the joke. It's all peaceful. Can't climb this, can I? Oh, this is weird. I can't press down. Down does nothing, but if I go like even slightly diagonal, I start running. Feels weird. And again, like they're committing to the bit, which I like. Like this part doesn't feel any less sort of polished than any other part of the game. Ah. Now, is it gonna wear thin before we're done? Well, probably. But I think it is very, like it's I think Battletoads is a tough nut to crack because artistically, like aesthetically, mechanically, tonally, like it's simultaneously like many different things, but also like a lot of it not super well defined. Like Battletoads, I think the original NES game it's an interesting game. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it's like a lot of it, like technically it's super impressive. There's a lot of cool shit that's going on in it. And I think that like it's a technical showpiece more than a great game. I think it's not a bad game, but it's, you know, it's got difficulty issues obviously, and it has certain stages that just aren't very fun because they're unfair or weird. But regardless, I think making a game that's like that today is just so difficult because I think just by nature of how complex games are versus how complex they were or were not, building like completely different interactions and controls and mechanics for each level is like kind of that would be hard to justify, just the resources that it would require. So this game, I guess, tries to sort of split the difference by, oh yeah, I can't go up, I guess there's no button for it. By doing some kind of one-off gag levels and stuff like this. I think that's probably more faithful to what Battletoads was than doing a straight beat 'em up. Though I wouldn't have had a problem with that either. The word thin is the whole question, right? Sounds like all the stages have ended before they wore too thin for you. My fuse was shorter. I haven't had a major issue with it so far, but it's like maybe borderline in some cases. I probably need to get up here, honestly. Yeah, I think it's true. Like I said, I haven't yet felt particularly annoyed or frustrated or bored with the game, which probably would be the worst thing. Is this maybe what? No, this is the bonus. Well, I guess this means we're close to the end. But I don't think necessarily that it works well enough to where I would be like it's more the novelty of like, oh shit, this new thing that's driving more so than it being in itself exciting or enjoyable. Like I can't imagine this being super compelling to play multiple times or going back to grind for a score. And I think at least the beat 'em up levels have enough mechanical depth to them to potentially be fun to play multiple times.
Someone threw a piece of trash out of that ship.
So
litter bugs are bad.
One would make a case you could argue they're even worse because littering harms everyone.
I wouldn't argue that because it's wrong, but it's right enough to turn these lasers back on. What do you say?
Street justice!
That's pretty funny, I guess. You know, that's just like in the background. They're just fucking off murdering people in space. It was
Wow,
funnier
that was easy.
I
than
suppose we could.
now that I have
stop
to do it, I
there.
guess. But
More targets!
yeah, okay. Oh boy, these guys are tanky. But yeah, that's kind of what I mean about the balance of like building unique mechanics, because now they want to, you know, get more out of it. So now we have multiple stages like this, which wouldn't be a problem if it, I guess, wasn't not great. And frankly, the shoot 'em up parts have always been my least favorite parts of everything Battletoads, I think. There was that boss in Battletoads Double Dragon that had like 14 phases. No, the icons at the top, it's just for when you're playing multiplayer, you see which player is controlling who. So I guess if you have, because I have like a double cannon. So presumably if you play 3 players, one player moves the ship and the other 2 gets gets cannon to control each. It's the same thing when, you know, on a regular level, there's always like a little player indicator to show which toad I'm controlling. I do have a life bar at the bottom. This is the first time I realized I had a life bar, which, surprise, surprise, it's like impossible to parse the actual status of the life bar while I'm playing. It's just one of those, like, such a fundamental thing that it's like shocking to me for a game that's been in development for so long that they never considered it an issue, I guess? I don't know, it's weird. Oh, shit. The whole little border thing looks so weird, too. I mean, a sick PC game border can be awesome, but it feels like a weird fit. I mean, I understand that it's meant to be that we're looking at some kind of a display on the ship, but it feels weirdly constrained. Thank you for the follow. I'm a little too busy to read your name, but welcome. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay. Whoa, that was close. Oh, I guess I got hit. Like, I have to okay. So now it's like red. I can tell that I'm hurt. I actually died. Okay, I was gonna say, I can't like look at my life bar while playing. Crim the Hater. Thank you for the follow. Games like this feel like bored programmers experimenting with different genres. I mean, I definitely think the original Battletoads is very much it's a product of its time and its development environment for sure. Certainly, I can't imagine there was like this grand idea, and like I can't picture Battletoads having been developed with a detailed game design document describing every single level and mechanic from the get-go. Like, I feel like it's just a potpourri of increasingly weird ideas that they could kind of hang on to some kind of a core game that, you know, where the levels are kind of increasingly gimmicky and weirdly unique, which is like, it's super cool. Like, as a, like, in theory, I don't know, like, I have a way higher level of respect and admiration for Battletoads than I have, like, enjoyment of it as a game. Though I will say that the difficulty is probably a lot, like, the original Battletoads is very frustrating to play. And if it was easier, I'll probably like it a lot more. But it's also like, it's such a, like, the game is a real dick. There's a lot of parts of that game that's just kind of impossible to do without trial and error. Like, the game's definitely actively screwing you over in a lot of places. But again, comes back to what I was saying, like, what would I want a modern Battletoads to be like? It's really hard for me to say, like, taking into consideration some degree of realism with regards to, you know, game development in 2020 and being able to create a product that actually would find a target audience. Again, though, like, that's certainly something that's been a hot, you know, issue with regards to this game. Like, who is the target audience for this? Like, I mean, obviously with the art style, that's the thing people have latched onto before the game came out. Because, you know, what else can you talk about, really? And I think that's definitely part of the kind of negative buzz that's surrounding this game, in that the aesthetic style and tone of the game doesn't seem like it's something that's designed to appeal to people who specifically remember fondly, you know, the old games. So with the style, like who that is for, and by extension who the game is for, like, I feel like it's been a not an entirely clear question. Oh, fuck, everything has so much HP. I mean, I think that it's less of an issue. Like, I think that's much more about perception than, like, what the game is. I don't think the game feels particularly confused, or at least not, like, inconsistent. It's not necessarily consistent with the old games, but, like, internally, the tone and the style, I think, feels more consistent than I expected. But it is kind of noteworthy. Like, again, I feel like it's... I mean, I guess, I don't know. Like, it's... I feel like in the sort of mid to late 2000s, there were a bunch of, like, reboots and remakes or whatever, like modern console versions of old games. And they were more predictable in how they usually chose to adapt its source material. And it was often not great. But you could at least understand... I don't know, looking at something like Bionic Commando or Splatterhouse or Golden Axe Beast Rider, like, those look like and play like games, like typical games of their era that just happen to have an old IP attached to them. And, I mean, I guess the 2020 video games are more varied in what they can be than 2009 games were. But even so, like, I feel like this isn't as immediately obvious or predictable in how it's, like, you know, it doesn't seem to be necessarily chasing a broad mainstream audience the way something like those games did. Then again, kind of, just in a different way. I don't know. Because I feel like enough of those sort of, you know, modernization or reboots, remakes, whatever, that were, like, more aligned with the general, broader mainstream expectations, like, enough of those were, like, bad enough or poorly received enough that that is no longer really the default, I think. You know, you look at things like Wonder Boy, Dragon's Trap, and Streets of Rage 4, and, like, you have stuff like, I don't know, Undertale or Braid or whatever, like 2D games being big and successful, and also, you know, indie games becoming way bigger in general over the past 10-ish years. And, like, again, like I said, a lot of those big, like, 3D reboots not being very good necessarily. I mean, you have stuff like the new Crash Bandicoot game, for example, right? Like, we're reaching a point where rebooting or remaking a game is no longer necessarily associated with like completely throwing everything out and just redoing, like replacing the original mechanics with more generic, you know, contemporary styles of game. But like people are kind of realizing that, hey, if people want to play a new Crash Bandicoot because they like old Crash Bandicoot, maybe we should just make it actually play like old Crash Bandicoot. I mean, clearly this doesn't exactly play like old Battletoads, but I think you can draw parallels. Like, I think that is an evolution in the general approach to remaking
Look like there's a very
old
large
games.
number of ships coming up on the radar.
Just a change in how that's generally approached compared to 10 years ago. So, I think I would not have expected this to be a big, like, 3D game. It could have been, for sure. They could have done, like, a God of War-esque sort of thing, and I would not have been against that at all. But I think the sort of track record of that kind of thing is not great compared to the kind of smaller Xbox Live Arcade style reboots and remakes. Has there been a single memorable moment between the two shooter stages? If they weren't broken up by the first platform a bit, would I be getting Adventures of Batman and Robin vibes? I mean, I am already. This stage was 10 minutes. That's long. And it wasn't fun. Like the minecart level was a little annoying because it got a little frustrating because it was difficult. But it was quick enough to redo that it didn't really bother me. But these two stages are the first that have been boring. I think generally, like, doing that kind of big 3D...
Yeah, looking good looking.
At
You
least-
feel those tingles? Them's endorphins. Your brain cooks them up when your body feels tight.
Like, at least with the assumption that that is supposed to be anything approaching kind of AAA quality or whatever you want to call it. Doing a AAA or even something like approaching something that looks expensive for like a 3D action game with Battletoads would, I think, be such a significantly exponentially more expensive to make than something like this that I would not expect it on the grounds of that alone. I mean, Battletoads in particular is not exactly a proven IP. Like, yeah, it has a built-in audience of people who remember Battletoads, but there's no real proof that it would be profitable, basically, right? But sure, I mean, I guess making it a 3D action game, kind of a 3D beat 'em up sort of thing, would probably also make it even more difficult to have this kind of variety of playstyles and mechanics and gimmicks. Alright, this if I fuck up, I think. Oh, what? Do I care about this? You know what? Probably not. I played through Beast Rider my first and only time on stream a couple of years ago. This is actually like one of the first games I think I played on stream after I moved here. So that would have been... or after I started streaming. So probably about 5 years ago. I remember thinking it was like kind of okay, but definitely like very mediocre, and a game that suffered largely from, I think, the expectations of that came with making a game of that style, as opposed to what you probably should do in a Golden Axe game. I mean, in a very, very simple example is that it doesn't have any cooperative play, which I think is like pretty core. If you look at what people remember of a game like Golden Axe, they probably remember co-op. But of course, like the aesthetics of the characters, like it just felt disconnected from the old games. It had an okay combat system, but yeah, mostly it's just like, yeah, it was just pretty mediocre. Was this a side track? Maybe, who knows? Who cares? Well, we're progress. I think clearly, I mean, Streets of Rage is another great example, because I was going to say, looking at Streets of Rage 4, I feel like that's what you would do with Golden Axe now. I mean, there's nothing to say you couldn't do a great 3D action game with that kind of barbarian aesthetic. I mean, I would love that, obviously, whether it's Golden Axe or not. But as far as cashing in on people's nostalgia and, like, getting value out of, you know, using an old established property, it's the right way, right? Like, it probably makes sense to not, you know, if you're gonna use the IP, why not also use the parts of the actual game that people like? And that would probably include how it plays. But in like 2010 or 2009, whenever Ghost Rider? Golden Axe Beast Rider came out, like, that would not really have been an option. And Streets of Rage, again, to take that as an example, like, that's a game that had, well, not that specific game. Oh, come on. Atomic running with raining more bits. Sega's letting other people handle their IP. They could give Golden Axe to Cryosoft. I mean, I love Cryosoft, but I'm happy enough for them to do their own thing. Like, with Guard Crush and Streets of Rage, like, I think it's a good match because the stuff that comes with Streets of Rage can elevate their work into something that's, to me, far better than Streets of Fury was. But I think Age of Barbarian stands on its own to the point where they don't need Golden Axe. I mean, I would love to see their take on it, sure. But I think what I like about Golden Axe would not elevate Cryosoft's work, and what I like about Cryosoft's work would not necessarily elevate Golden Axe. I mean, I assume that you said that kind of in jest, but it's not a bad, it's, you know, it's not a terrible idea. But sure, I mean, looking at all these projects from independent developers that Sega are kind of bringing to the world, I think it seems like a foregone conclusion that someone's going to make a Golden Axe sooner or later. And I'm very curious to see what that might be. I think for sure it should be a 2D game, or that's what I would expect, I guess I should say. But yeah, as I was trying to say, Streets of Rage is a property that was attempted to be brought back many times over the years. And Streets of Rage 4 is like the only time really well, not the only time, I guess, but well, certainly the only time that it was ever conceived as a fully 2D game. But, you know, there's the video footage from Ancient's prototype back in, like, the Dreamcast days or whatever, with the first-person view.
Oh, you're on the precipice of enlightenment, my man.
I think it was Ruffian. Some British developer were working on they did, like, a mock-up prototype thing that was, like, all 3D. And I know that Grin was working on a pitch for Sega for doing basically a remake, like a pretty basic one-to-one remake of Streets of Rage 2 for like XBLA in probably around 2010-ish. And I guess that would have been polygonal, but using like, and I remember actually saw when I worked at Ubisoft years ago, a friend of mine who worked there had been a concept artist at Grin in Barcelona, and it's interesting because some of this stuff leaked or showed up on the internet not too long after that, but before any of that was public, he actually shared with me some design docs and some concept art for their pitch. So it wasn't like a full game, but they were basically gonna make a vertical slice of like making the first level basically from Streets of Rage 2. And based on that document, it was pretty much just a straight remake, but like in polygons. And they did a pitch for Capcom to make a Strider game, and that video is on the internet too. It doesn't have gameplay or anything. It's just like a brief cinematic thing with a guard being murdered in the snow or whatever. But it was kind of cool to see that. But point being, I think it took until relatively recent times for the idea of remaking something like that and just keeping it, not trying to do it in a modern way mechanically. I mean, it is modern, but Streets of Rage 4, I mean. But I think that perception that 2D equals ancient, or like it can't look anything like the actual original because it's gonna seem like old hat, that's something that stuck around for a long time. And I think only relatively recently have we as a human race, as a collective, have evolved past that perception. I mean, not everyone has. I'm sure there are people who look at Streets of Rage 4 and say it's not even 3D. It's shit or whatever. I mean, I think those people are a lot fewer than they would have been 10 years ago, but I'm sure that's a thing to some degree. But so yeah, I think I'd be, and I mentioned this before, like not that I'm wishing for it specifically, but if the same Lizard Cube and Guard Crush collaborated again on a new Golden Axe, I'd be very excited to see what that would be, because I think Golden Axe games have an awesome atmosphere, but I love Golden Axe 2 especially. It's like one of my absolute favorite Mega Drive games. But I don't think they like mechanically, like compared to Streets of Rage 4, I think a new Golden Axe game, even if it's a 2D beat 'em up, should make a bigger departure from the old games in terms of how it feels and how it controls.
Dr. Good Vibes here to say you've
But I'm curious to see what it would
developed a
be.
case of the third eye. Symptoms include spiritual enlightenment and an addiction to heartfelt hugs. Now get on up to the summit and have a blueberry juice.
Yeah, some of this stuff definitely starting to wear. I'm definitely starting to miss the beat 'em up levels in this game. Oh, it's a button, I guess. But yeah, I think a larger audience than, well, I shouldn't say than ever, but then in a long time, are receptive to the idea of 2D games. I mean, I think if Battletoads, if Microsoft had put out a Battletoads game for the original Xbox or even the 360, it would not have looked like this. That's for sure. Is it just me, or is Twitch getting clobbered? It works fine on my end, I guess. I wouldn't know. I'm sure there's something down there, but whatever. I mean, it is kind of weird that Battletoads took so long for, like, just in general. Microsoft has been, I mean, that's kind of been the thing for forever, right? Like, that Microsoft has been kind of weirdly bad at leveraging the Rare IP. Oh, I was going to say, hey, are those going to go out further? I guess they are. And I think this game probably turned out a lot better than other Battletoads games might have. Like, I gotta imagine that between 2003 or whenever it was they bought Rare and today, like, surely there must have been Battletoads at the very least, pitches. If not, like, you know, projects going into development. And I don't know. I'm feeling similarly to the Streets of Rage thing, where I picture, you know, and I was saying that before Streets of Rage 4 came out, that regardless how Streets of Rage 4 turned out, I thought it was the most promising Streets of Rage project of all of those, you know, aborted reboots. So I'm gonna have to, alright. Just gonna have to go get a thing. So can I? Oh, I see. We need to lower that elevator. Aha. And so yeah, like I think this game probably turned out better than some of those hypothetical Battletoads that might have been would have. I mean, obviously that's 1000% speculation, but I could see it. There was a GBA Battletoads. Even then, who knows if that one was being worked on before or after the Microsoft buyout. Yeah. Makes sense. There was a GBA Saberwolf game, was there not? I want to say there was. Saberwolf as in the old Rare game, not Killer Instinct Saberwolf. Who, of course, is named after that, but, you know. I recently saw a thing on Twitter, by the way, piece of trivia that I did not know about, that apparently when Nintendo localized Panel de Pon for the West using Yoshi and Mario characters or whatever, that was apparently after they had initially planned to localize it using Killer Instinct characters, which I thought was fascinating. That just seems like such a peculiar thing. I mean, obviously, KI was a big brand, and the idea of a fighting game having a puzzle spin-off was by no means unheard of. But it just feels like weird to imagine, just knowing. And I've never even really played Tetris Attack, right? That's what it's called, the English version. I played the Japanese Panel de Pon a little bit, but this seems complex. I almost freaked out there. It's just hard to imagine what a Killer Instinct version of that would be. I just realized I can jump over there. I don't know why I thought I couldn't. I'm not even sure what my goal is here. Alright, the things with the pillar, that's what I'm moving. Okay. Probably move. There we go. Will I achieve something if I do this? Probably not. Nope. Okay. Do you wonder how legit that was, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was considered. Yeah, it's just funny to imagine again, like on both ends, basically, right? Because both, it's weird to imagine Panel de Pon with Killer Instinct stuff, but it's also weird to imagine Killer Instinct as like a, I mean, even if as a big IP with popular characters and whatever. Turning it into like a puzzle game seems, I don't know. Still think the original art is cute and sad. They felt the need to change it. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't think they would have necessarily. I don't know. What even am I? Wait. Well, I just used the elevator to get this thing down. I guess I wouldn't need to get it up again. If I even can. Just like block this or something? Alright, that's the thing. That doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, I probably need to maybe move this so this is not blocking either of these. There we go. Do I need like 2 of these or something? Probably not. Hopefully not. Oh, there we go. Looks like we got it. You guys remember when there were beat 'em up stages in this game? Oh boy. I am getting very slight Frog Fractions vibes with this shit, which, you know, not entirely inappropriate, given the eponymous Toad characters here. What are we doing here? Is this gonna actually help me? Hopefully. Okay. We need to do this again. Wait. Is this gonna actually work? Oh, yeah, I guess I can... Well, there we go. I mean, I'm I don't even care much for Panel Upon in the first place, so I don't have any hot takes or strong opinions on any of the localizations. I'm not really familiar with any of them in the first place, but I played the original game. It's just not really my jam. I mean, I'm not huge on... Like, I like certain types of puzzle games. I like some variations of Tetris and Puzzle Bobble and stuff like that. Like Magical Drop, I love. But there's some games like Panel Upon and similar ones where you have kind of a larger grid and I don't know if there's like a name for that sort of style. They're not really, you know, Tetris-like with the well and falling blocks. But where you have like a grid and you like match, well, they're not, well, usually they involve matching tiles, but it's not like a match 3 type scenario. I know there's another one on NES that I remember vaguely from my childhood. A friend of mine had on like a Famicom Pirate Cart that I'd play, but cannot for the life of me remember what it was called. But anyway, that style of thing, I'm not super into that. Yeah, Magical Drop 5. I actually played that a couple of weeks ago when I was on holiday, and I just wanted to play something. Because I played that. I actually got it for free. They had like a raffle giveaway, something or other. When the game came out, and I just was able to snatch up a free code for it. And that game was completely fucking borked on release. I guess I go to the right now. Like, I'd been following the developer for some time. I'm trying to remember the name of them. Something with G, like... Golgoth, I think? Is that the name of the studio? They had announced their Toki remake in like fucking 2011 or something. Which, by the way, it came out last year and I got it on PS4. I played a little bit. But yeah, that took like a billion years to come out. I could probably do a roll jump. Because you can kind of roll over off the ledge and then jump. Like that. So that's probably how I get through that. Well, it sort of worked. So I'd followed them because, you know, it's a like high-res 2D game again in an era where that was pretty novel. Of course, by the time it came out, the novelty had worn off, but when it was first announced, and I remember it being, you know, it took forever for the game to come out. You know, there were occasional, if not regular, updates on their Facebook for a couple of years. And I remember they announced also that they had the rights to Joe and Mac, and that they were planning to do a Joe and Mac remake, which I'm pretty sure never materialized in any form, or has yet to, at any rate. But somewhere along the line there, they did announce Magical Drop 5. And I was kind of, you know, I understood going in, you know, we talked about it being a disappointment. I had pretty tempered expectations, I think, based on the fact that they had not been super great with, you know, posting regular updates. Like, they just didn't necessarily seem capable of getting things done. And when a game finally came out, it was really, like, the localization was all fucked up. So the studio's French, right? So the game was, I forget if it didn't have English at all, or if it just like defaulted to French and the English localization was like kind of broken. And the English localization was broken not
Giddy up, partner.
only
You
in the
got it up
sense
to the top.
that the writing was messed up, but the keyboard layout, like, it's a PC only release, and I don't know if I didn't have a controller. It was something like it didn't support controller. You had to use keyboard or something. And so in France, for those people not familiar, or the French like standard keyboard layout is not the same as the international one. So the top row of the keyboard does not, like, the international standard that most people would be used to is QWERTY. But in France, the top row of keys are AZERTY. Or AZERTY. So if you're using what we would typically call WASD for like directional controls, that makes assumptions about where the W key or the A key is. Magical Drop 5's default controls assumed that you were using the AZERTY keyboard layout, and as far as I recall, didn't really give you the option to rebind the controls. So keyboard controls were like ultra fucked unless you had French keyboard layout, which is like a pretty bad thing. But as I recall, the game itself had a ton of issues too with like dropping inputs and shit. Like I said, I played it a few weeks back and it was like kind of okay, but it definitely has some weird like dropping inputs and stuff. It's been delisted. That's interesting, actually, because I remember when I played the game, because I have it, like I said, and it's, as far as I can tell, it's the full game, but within the game itself, I remembered, it stood out to me that there's like a prompt, there's like a button that says like, press X to unlock the full game, and it's supposed to link to a store page, which, you know, I guess no longer exists then, so that explains why that kind of doesn't work. But yeah, it seemed like it was kind of abandoned, right? And yeah, everything surrounding Golgoth and their games just seemed a little bit shady.
I've never felt better.
Hey, good friends will do that, my man.
You know, I was worried you might be a pervert at first, Nico, but now I get it. You're happy.
I'd be even happier if you decided to stay. But take your time, audit your feelings, process any lingering Battletoad drama.
I'm in.
Oh, yeah? Well, attention, everyone. Pimple is here to stay.
Yay! Showing Jason!
Who's Jason?
This is Jason.
Neat. Is this like an inside joke where the joke is how bad it looks?
Jason is the one true god.
Oh.
He brought you into our lives, so I brought you here to thank him.
So you're a cult?
No, man, we're just a group of people who love fun and hate conflict. Jason demands it. So go ahead, toss him that thank you.
One thing. I don't necessarily believe in Jason, and I hope that's okay.
The thing is, it's not exactly okay, because you're creating conflict and Jason hates conflict.
But if Jason's vibes are as tight as you say they are, wouldn't he be chill about it?
Don't use my jargon to talk about Jason! I'm sorry. You're right. Maybe Jason didn't bring you into our lives. Maybe he says you're a suppressive person. Oh, what's that, Jason? Pimple smells like duty and diapers?
Why are you being mean to me?
Because you're harming our spiritual progress. Everyone turn your back on Pimple. He's no longer tight. He's toxic.
But we're family. We made necklaces, remember? Ooh, calm down, Pimple. Put it down. Be nice. Nice. Be strong. My necklace! Use me! Use me!
What did you do, man?
I snapped!
Pimple, my man. Be tight. Be tight, my man. Protect me, Jasonians!
But yeah, I was gonna say, I think the the Tokyo remake seems pretty alright from what I played of it. Doesn't seem to be like a huge trash fire, at least. Maybe somewhat unremarkable, given it took like 8 years to come out, but... What? Okay, that's... I'm not fully confused. Hey, what's up, Candy? Yeah, the tone and the humor is a little bit hit and miss for sure. Or kind of very hit and miss. But the fact that it's even occasionally funny, I think is an achievement. Because that's more than I would have expected. Oh, I think I unducked too soon. Alright, I think I understand this a little better now. Oh, it's multiple hits, I see. I can't fucking see! Fuck's sake. You lose time if you like too early. Yeah. This is WarioWare. I mean, it's Battletoads. It goes places. Oh, jump. Ah. Oh, right. Trigger. Wait, was that a thing I should not have shot? Took damage from something. Alright, we got it. Oh shit. I missed the prompt. Because there's another prompt in the way. done here? Looks like it. Yep, I guess so. I really need to get something to drink. I'm going to take a super short break. I'll be back in like a minute. Let's pause the timer. Yeah, just, yeah, see you in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Act 3, Stage 6. Man, has Act 3 been all the weird space shit?
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Lamasar with the Tier 1 sub gift to Candy Gloss. Thank you very much. Appreciate the generosity. And, welcome to the club. Enjoy your emotes. Candy Gloss. Alright. So yeah, I was gonna say, because I think, didn't Act 2 end with the claw picking us up after the minecart? So I think we've done nothing but platforming and space shooting in this boss fight, I guess. Maybe we're going back to beat 'em up stages, or maybe we're doing something else now. Oh boy.
It would appear that unhappy civilians may have teamed up.
Oh. Yep, okay, we're right into more space shooting. Like, even when Battletoads did obnoxious space shooting, they usually didn't do this many stages of it. Trying to get that. I'm not sure if the trinkets do anything, or if it's purely like get all of them to get an achievement for getting all of them. I mean, I don't mind it being a thing. It's fine, but it's not clear to me what the purpose is, if any, of collecting them. I will say the tankiness of everything is frustrating, but at least it's faithful, because that was definitely a thing in old Battletoads too. Alright, so power up there I missed, but that's fine. Gotta be safe, I say, as I get hit. Just gotta like hope I'm aiming correctly. The invincible dodge definitely makes this a hell of a lot more lenient than it would have been otherwise, so that's at least nice. Ah! Okay, that's good. Ah! It's hard to get a clear grasp on how far you can dodge. Like, it doesn't... I guess you can hold a button to dodge further. I wonder if that extends your iframes. That's kind of what I was going to say. You can't really tell visually. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, you just hold it. Well, that's helpful. There's no real visual indication that you're invincible. Which, hey, would you believe that this game has readability issues? Yeah, the pacing of this game has definitely slowed down to a crawl with these past couple of stages. I feel like earlier on it was a little easier to keep tabs on what was happening in the plot, because the exposition or whatever was doled out in a little more rapid pace. I mean, it doesn't help that this entire act was basically... Well, it wasn't even one story beat. It was 0 story beats. They were just off in space killing shit while Pimple almost got into a cult. And that was it. Like, didn't really take anyone closer to any kind of goal. Because they got the map to whatever they were going to off of Jeff, right? And then nothing's happened in the plot since then, really. We're just treading water. Just busy work. Wow, yeah, you can even just change direction. You're just like flying invincible for like a full second. It's pretty generous. Yeah, definitely a bit fillery. I can agree with that for sure. Like, I don't think the pacing was immaculate up until that point, but it definitely sort of grinded to a halt. But yeah, Kenny, you're not the first person to mention something about Twitch seeming weird recently. But yeah, also, I did receive a lot of gift subs over the course of July, so a lot of those will have expired and will continue to expire over the next week or two. And I'm, a lot of those subs I would not, well, most of them I guess I would not expect to renew their gift subs. But I would also, I mean, from my own experience, having received gift subs, you don't necessarily pay attention to when they run out either. I'm not sure if that's the case for you, Candy. I mean, it makes no difference to me. But I could see that being a thing. And if Twitch is being weird, then it doesn't help. Speaking of emotes, though, I recently discovered that unlike, or like, I don't know, as of recently, apparently, I have access to the bit emotes, which I didn't previously. I have no idea how that works. And I saw, I think it was you, Atomic Runner, who posted the Jaxophone emote the other day. And I was like, oh shit, those things are a thing, huh? And I was like, oh wait, I can do those too, which I didn't used to be able to. And I've certainly not used any bits myself. So I'm not sure if I can use them because people have donated bits here. I have no fucking clue how that's supposed to work. But maybe some people can use a few more of my emotes now, which is cool. But if not, I don't fucking know how this shit works. Boy, yeah, I'm not excited about the prospect of doing any more of this shit. Forget not being interested in replaying the game. Like, this is... I haven't even finished the game, and I'm extremely done with these stages. Oh, we got some more bits, speaking of which. I wasn't trying to goad anyone into anything. I appreciate it. I'll look at the message in a second. Still getting closer, little by little, to the spectrum of Bobo. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, we got the last one of these things. That means we're almost done. Thank fuck. Like, yeah, talking about like memorable parts and set pieces and stuff, like, I didn't think the other stages had that either, but these are the worst for sure because they're just the same background looping and the same enemies and the same steady rhythm of enemy waves. Like, it's so one note. I mean, hell, even the space shooter stages in the old games, I feel like they weren't this repetitive because they weren't this. There wasn't this much of it, and you generally had like actual waves of very different enemies. At least what I remember from playing Battletoads Double Dragon not long ago. At least, I mean, I don't like twin stick shooters generally. I don't. It's like it. Holding a stick doesn't feel very satisfying as far as shooting. My aim is bad.
Some unwanted attention.
But it's less annoying than having to slowly turn back and forth like you would in those games. I figured you'd always use all of your own emotes. Yeah, not the bit emotes. I mean, I can use them now. I think, yeah. Boom. But I had them on there, and I was not able to use them myself for, I don't know, a couple of weeks at least. So, I'm not sure. I mean, I assume that the idea is if you have donated X amount of bits, you unlock the ability to use them, which obviously I cannot donate bits to myself. Also, I forgot the timer. But I probably spend at least 8 minutes just talking on a screen like this with the timer on, so it probably adds up. And so I assumed that was the case, but yeah, I didn't understand how any of it works. I don't know. Not subscribed with the Gigaquan, that doesn't seem right. Man, Twitch usernames. It's weird. Anyway. I was just reminded, by the way, looking at this screen, that we're playing on Toad difficulty, which is like the medium difficulty. Do you guys remember that there's a higher difficulty where enemy HP is like double or whatever? That's, I don't want to play that, that's for sure. Act 3, Stage 7. Are we done with Act 3 now?
In hindsight, maybe street justice was a bad idea.
You think?
On the bright side, this is the perfect opportunity to test the ship's defenses. The defenses suck! Get us out of here or we're all going to die!
That's Pimple's emergency beacon.
Where is it transmitting from?
30,000 miles. Directly behind us.
No friggin' way we're turning around.
We don't have a choice. Pimple's in trouble.
Reboat systems in order. All right, this is okay. It's a thing. Watch for. Where do I look? Watch for the command sequence at the top of the screen. Locate the panel with the mech. Am I just doing Space Team by myself here? From what I heard, there's less checkpoints on the hardest difficulty. Wow, that just does not sound any fun at all. Locate the panel, the matching symbol. Okay. This looks like a mess. What? Oh. Wait, what am I? Oh, I have to. I see. Okay, then I do. I see. I see. It's over there. Okay, we did it. I can. Are we done, or do we have? Nah, I was gonna say, obviously, we're gonna do 51 of these. Okay. What the? Okay. D-pad. Oh, shit. There we go. Backwards F. Over there. Okay, wait. Okay. It's not entirely clear what you're meant to do, but... Like, I think this is... engaging? I might even say fun. But the context is a little... I don't know. What the fuck? Oh, I'm controlling a dude here. Okay. Done. Okay. Square, D-pad. Done. Pause sign. Okay, it's the hexagons again. Done. Whatever sign that is. Okay, triggers. Done. Plus dot. What? Oh, I'm matching those things. Smash until it turns green. Ah! I was literally just finishing. I'll catch up with Chad when we're done here. Okay, dash. Fuck. No, what the? There we go. Swirly thing over there. Left stick. Plus dot. Okay, match the symbols. Done. Stripey stripes. Shit. What the? What even is this? I hadn't seen that one before. Okay, let's try again. Alright. Dude. Done. Over there. Temperature. Okay, what do I even do here? No, okay, that's a wall. I'm not supposed to touch that. There we go. Dude, stop shaking. Okay, we did it. Are we done? That's 3. Nope, we're not done. Oh, it's gonna get harder. Hopefully I've at least done all of them at once, so I know what they are. There's one I haven't done. Yeah, I can also not really narrate this very well. While I'm doing it. Done. Okay. Temperature. Fuck's sake. So precise. There we go. A. Mash. Simple enough. That was easy. A. Oh shit. This one. No. Fuck. Okay, that was like way easier. Not done yet. Like, yeah, this works as a little throwaway gag, but again, it's like, it's not compelling or exciting in and of itself. Like, there is an actual game, ostensibly, that I would kind of like to get back to. Oh, okay. What's next? Done. Little guy. Oh shit, I looked the wrong one. Up, down. There we go. Total system meltdown, crash imminent. So it was all pointless. Cool. Let me catch up with chat. I'm glad you have any clue what's going on now. I mean, yeah, repeating stuff. I mean, I think it's just the nature of it. Like, you can't just make an infinite supply of unique scenarios. So, but yeah, I'm kind of with what you're saying, Jay. Like, there's.
I think we lost the cops.
At least some of the more
Everyone
tedious or boring ones we kind of stick with a little too long.
Bloodbath.
Look, this one has an arm through its head.
Whoever did this is extremely powerful. We need to find Pimple.
I don't think Pimple is in trouble. I think he is the trouble.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
And it's like, it's been so long since we had...
What do you care how I feel? I'm Pimple the pushover. Pimple the peacemaker. Well, guess what? I'm done being pushed. And I'm done making
I'd be totally fine
Should we,
with, like,
We're a family.
the game just turning into weird, different stuff, but it would help if that stuff was
the
fun.
Battletoads never turn our backs on each other.
I did a bad thing.
You're okay, big guy.
It's okay, bro. We shouldn't have blown you off.
Yeah, but this is insane. There must be 50 bodies up here. Look at this one.
As the perpetrator of many atrocities, I suggest we consider this pile of corpses a learning experience. From now on, we'll be more sensitive to each other's feelings. Deal?
Deal.
Now, we'll need to repair the ship. Who's up for 3 hours of exploration and 2 hours of crafting?
I don't think we'll have the chance.
You're under arrest by order of the Topians, who seem to be aging backward. They told us to say that.
Pimple, if we blew you off again, do you think that you could kill all of these cops for us?
Nah, I'm sorry, guys, but I'm feeling nothing but love at the moment.
Well, that's just perfect. Okay, take us to jail.
I don't know. It's kind of weird also that, like, all right, okay, I guess the Battletoads are just, like, genocidal maniacs.
Your Majesties, at long last, we've captured the Battletoads.
Hush! Shh! We're doing a thing. Oh! Sha sha sha. Ah! Sha sha sha. Did the Zune explode?
I told you not to kill its competition.
I thought it was the optimal media player.
Don't worry, they know we're impressive. We caught them.
Up yours!
Ooh, as spicy as advertised, these mercenaries have a mouth.
Our minions say your frog and lady crusade is the talk of the galaxy.
Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's talking about it. You know, lesser overlords would disembowel you all in a grand public spectacle, but the space is rented tonight. So we thought, let's just keep the story going. However, we have some notes.
Number 1, no swearing.
None.
Have you been swearing?
No, just extremely violent.
No, that's fine. Number 2, abandon free thought and kneel to us, your celestial masters.
If you can't kneel, just, you know, lean.
Slightly bend.
Kneel? Because of you, I languished in a radioactive wasteland, starving, consumed by thoughts of self-destruction.
And we had to get jobs.
The only thing that kept me tethered to mortal coil was the hope of being exactly where I'm standing right now. Kneel to you! No, you freaks! I'm here to kill you!
Queen?
Anyone else feel like pushing back on our notes?
What did you do to her?
We scattered her beyond the infinitesimal plane.
She's dead, you ding-dongs.
We blew her up real small. She's sand.
Now kneel, or you'll be next.
Don't look so mopey. We can finally start having more fun.
What kind of fun?
Concerts, talk shows, gladiatorial death matches. In just 6 short months, the Battletoads have taken Topian City by storm. You're all so talented. How do you pick your projects?
The Topians tell us what to do.
And no one is more grateful than their fans.
Rash is so cool. I want to kiss him. And Zitz is a great dancer. I want to kiss him.
I want to split Pimple's thumbs. The Battletoads are okay, but the Topians need to fix the streets, help the homeless. Did you know there's a black hole 3 blocks away? Battletoads!
Yes, the Battletoads. All hail our glorious Topian leaders for bestowing us with these 3 tremendous talents. May they keep our attention for decades to come.
We're alive. Sort of. Think. Inside of a charismatic fascist deity. Not my worst Friday night. Sorry. I make jokes when I'm distressed. More like, this sucks. I'm upset.
Calm yourself.
Hello? Who's there?
Thousands of beings who disobeyed the Topians as you had.
The Topians cannot be rivaled. Disperse your particles and find peace in the cloud.
You mean give up?
Give way to the natural order of things. Surrender to the cloud and become blissful nothingness.
Hi, I'm Terry Kowalski. Have you heard about the cloud? You don't have to wear pants in here.
Members of the cloud, I know that fighting feels futile. I felt the same way, but fate gave me an opportunity, and now I'm giving you one. Assemble your particles and fight with me!
What did you have in mind?
2 seconds. I'm winging it here.
I mean, I think the cinematics are really well done. They're a lot more elaborate than I expected.
Attention! Last Halloween, I swallowed a live fish on a dare.
But, you know, obviously the humor and the tone is certainly a bit hit and miss. But it's occasionally genuinely funny.
Trigger the Topians to, well, pump their stomachs. What do you say?
I say,
mess up their insides.
But Dark Queen is like really distressing to look at. Like her lips look super weird. Her hands are like weirdly, uncomfortably gigantic.
Is that true?
You know I don't kiss and tell.
Well, Cougar told, hosting Leaving Rash's Mansion, Shazao. What is that gonna mean?
We were exercising.
But I do think it makes me laugh that Rash is like fucking living it up.
Look at that.
And Zitz and Pimple are not amused. That makes me laugh.
More from the Battletoads.
It's like a payoff to Rash being an obnoxious dickhead.
Is something wrong?
Oh, my stomach has been killing.
I could tell. You were
I
weird.
feel like well...
When was your last internal cleansing?
4,000 years ago.
4,000 years? No wonder. Here, take this.
What, now? Here in the middle of a show?
Yeah, you should have thought of that 3,000 years ago. Now, go backstage and squirt this juice into your cavity.
It's actually working. It's working too well. We're going to die. Run!
Yeah, like she looks weird, like completely disregarding or like irrespective of her design being so different, like her outfit and whatever. But yeah, she's got like a weird face and hands. Like whenever she moves, it's like, ooh, it's like distressing. But okay, well, all right, we're doing this now. Hey, it's kind of like that Battletoads level where you have to race the rat. Kind of. I mean, I liked her when for the 5 seconds she was like a confident villain. That was fun. I don't specifically dislike her character otherwise, but that's when I like her the best. Nope. Okay, I pressed right, but that's fine. We'll skip the collectible. Are the walls closed again? No, they're just like pulsating, I guess. God damn it. Did you know RAM doubles up as a dash? Well, yes. That was up running well. It's really giving me keen failed reboot vibes. I mean, I'm the only person in the universe of this opinion, I guess, but aside from being a mobile game, which I have no interest in, I thought aesthetically, the Keen thing, I thought it looked charming. I had no issues with it whatsoever. But everyone on the internet absolutely hated it. Like, I think Commander Keen probably even more so than Battletoads. Like, I don't think it has a particularly, like, rich... Dude, like, there's like a startup on the parachute. I don't think Commander Keen has, like, such a rich artistic, aesthetic heritage that it's, like, sacrilegious to disregard by making it look like a cartoon. I mean, I guess if people find it, you know, not to their liking, I mean, obviously that's completely subjective. Obviously not what I meant to do. But the way people reacted to that, I thought seemed... I didn't quite relate to, I guess. I mean, I don't have strong opinions on Keen in general, I suppose. I mean, I played some of the games when I was a kid. I like mobile, jumping, whatever. It's like maybe the Commander Keen game I would have been likely to be excited about anyway. But I didn't mind the look of it. Same with this. I don't mind the look of this either. It's like... Is it the ideal or like my imagined Battletoads reboot? Maybe not, but it's it doesn't feel half-assed, which I appreciate. They're committing to what they're setting out to do. And like I expected it to have way more of a shitty like flash animation, you know, kind of paper doll animation style look and feel to it, but it's like doesn't really have that at all. Like it's actually, oh, of course I try to jump. I just think it's more that the tone feels different. But okay, so the annoyingness of this is pretty much in line with the original. But it does feel a little strange that this is so like... Didn't quite understand that that's what was going to happen. The distribution of like different types of levels has been very uneven. I still don't know if we're in Act 4 or if this is like Stage 9 of Act 3. But we've not had a beat-em-up stage since Act 2. Thank you. What am I even looking for here? Hey, I got it. Okay, so like, yeah, this like, does this need to go on for this long? Wait, what am I? Oh, the turning around is so fucking awkward. Sure, I could have avoided picking that one up. Was that just a trap, or was I supposed to do that? Not sure. We're through at least. This is probably better somehow, right? Not worth it? I guess yeah, I shouldn't have parachuted if I wanted that. Fuck's sake. Like, yeah, it's I mean, it's pretty challenging, but it's so weird because, I mean, I guess we're later in the game, but the level of difficulty is pretty uneven too, and this is like not a, I don't know, redoing this over and over is not super fun. I feel like the writers heard everything crafting a narrative is contrivance of the author and decided that it's justification to just randomly string together unrelated semi-plots with lol, so random. I don't know, I feel like there's still more kind of thought, like, I think for the most part it's really not bad. It's more the, oh well, screw that then. Controls aren't like really precise enough for this. Like turning around, there's like a weird momentum, and I have to use the analog stick. Well, I've already fucked this up now, basically. Sorry, it's hard to. Your hitbox is like kind of big. Oh, well, we did it. So that was the last bonus thing, so we're like almost done here. Nice, I literally fell outside the screen. Dude, like, I held right immediately. Like, I tried to turn as abruptly as I could, and I still got hit. Like, it's weirdly difficult in a kind of a frustrating way. Whew, we did it. Yeah, like, okay, so this was Act 4, Stage 1. Yeah, like, I feel like a lot of this stuff, on the one hand,
now, a little birdie.
I'm not sure if I would have preferred all this stuff to be interspersed with the regular levels earlier on.
Well, well, look who reassembled her particulate matter.
Well, there probably just should have been less of it.
I cannot believe you're alive.
Don't tell me, after everything we've been through, that you've befriended these tyrants.
We didn't have a choice.
Hey, I have an idea. Audience, do you want to see the Battletoads kill the Dark
Oh, I mean,
Queen
it's 100%
live
easier than the
in
original
studio?
game.
Kill the Queen. Kill the Dark Queen.
No,
You have unlimited lives for one.
Friend, tell him, Rash. Rash, Tell him.
We can't lose the audience.
What? Who cares about the audience?
I care, okay? All I ever wanted was to be a famous hero, for real. And now I am one.
We're not heroes, Rash. We're propaganda. The Topians are using us to distract from all the bad crap they're doing to the galaxy.
We're puppets. I am not a puppet.
Obey the Topians!
Yeah, that's just like one of 1,000 phrases. Listen.
Topians rule! All hail the Topians! It's not a crime if the Topians do it.
Rash, the audience is waiting.
Don't do it, Rash.
Kill her.
Kill her.
Kill her.
Okay. But tied up and powerless? Come on, that's too easy. Give me a real challenge by restoring the Queen's powers. You'd like to see me fight a fully powered up Queen, right? Come on, you're with me, right? Topes, babes, you're not gonna upset trillions of home viewers, are you? Who knows what they'd start thinking about you, themselves, full galactic rebellion.
Okay, you twisted my headpiece. Now kill her, or else.
Okay, audience, say my catchphrase with me. 1, 2, 3, punch!
Rash, you little double-crosser.
Wait, it could be a triple cross.
Sorry, Topians. You fooled me once, and I won't let you do it again.
You mean anymore?
Yeah, you were fully brainwashed.
Can we focus on the cool thing I just did with the Queen? It hurt.
Sorry, I'm a bit rusty.
They're bantering. It's not a triple cross. Zap!
Oh, great. Look what you did to the floor. Follow them down and attack.
It's like, what kind of stage do we get now? I mean, I'm like pretty impressed with the variety of levels, even if none of them have been like super great.
Ooh, that really would hurt.
But I don't want to go to school today.
Oh shit! Remember back when this was a beat 'em up 2 hours ago? I kind of barely don't remember the controls, but that's fine. Oh, wait, what? Okay, don't touch that thing, I guess. Oh, fucking fish. Forgot how bad that move is. Do his launcher. It's like the fastest normal in the game. And you can kill with it if they're stunned. The music is back to being awesome. I feel like even the music hasn't been great in a while. Because I didn't notice any music in the space stages, and in Pimple's like hippie mountain stages, you know, the music was kind of appropriate for that. Hitboxes, still weird. We're done here? Am I supposed to hit? No? Okay, there we go. Dude, it's a beat 'em up with a platform where you can't knock enemies off the ledge. That's... fucking fish. Alright, Zitz, you're up. Fucking tornadoes everywhere. Dude, it's so hard to parse. The dash gives you great mobility, but the regular walk is like excruciatingly slow. Dude, I don't even get an opportunity to punch this guy. 'Cause, like, keeps getting juggled by the tornado. Oh, I guess he died.
All right, question number 1. Why haven't the soldiers killed them?
Ugh.
Everyone had a big spaghetti lunch.
Oh, was it a special occasion?
Oh, it's Tracy's birthday.
Yeah, I mean, the
We let
animation,
her pick.
like I said, aesthetically looks
Let's just
great.
have them
It's
on
really
the nightmare
expressive and it's fun. But I wouldn't say that it's because of the animation per se, but the animation,
Yes,
like
yes, feel the nightmare.
everything being similarly overly animated all the time, makes it harder. Like it adds to that overall sense of
I'm losing. No.
difficulty parsing what's happening.
Oh no.
I think there's a lot of, like, it's not really just one thing. There's a lot of things that, oh, was that a, I kind of looked like there was a warp or there was something on that pillar. Like even the fact that I feel like I can go further out on the edge than it feels like I should be able to. And if I'm that far off the edge, like I can't even really see. Like even a stage like this, which feels like it should be super obviously clear. I mean, I guess the fact that again the obstacles literally block the camera makes it needlessly annoying. But even so, like just the fact that you can travel like just further out to the edges than it feels like you should be. See, the reason I crashed there was because I was looking at the Toad to see how far off the edge he could go, or how close to the edge rather. And because I took my eye away from the horizon for about half a second, I died. So like, you have to look at the horizon at all times to see what's popping up, really. And because my eyes are so transfixed on that part, I can't really, at best, in my peripheral vision, I can see where my actual character is. And like, he stands out well enough from the background to not make it confusing generally, like where he is. But it's very, very difficult to distinguish for me whether I'm as far out to the edge as I can go, or if I'm just mostly over to the edge. And I feel like I'm already at the edge, but based on where the obstacles are, I like, wait, I guess I can go out even further? But I just cannot visually confirm that, because if I look over to where the character is on screen, I'm no longer looking at the horizon and it'll get me killed. And forget about looking at life bars or lives or anything else. It's so weird that, I mean, that specifically is like a thing in every stage. Trying to parse your lives or the score or anything during gameplay is just impossible. But even when the camera and mechanics are so different in this compared to, you know, the beat 'em up stages, they still have in common those like readability issues.
I'm losing it.
Okay, calm down.
Well, they should be dead.
Like the control is fine.
It's disrespectful
for the most part.
Well, I'm
That's
getting
not
that.
really the issue. It's just taking in and parsing all the information on screen. It's very difficult. Like all these cute achievement names and stuff like that is, I don't mind it per se, but it's not really as funny or charming as it seems to think it is.
The Battletoads and the Dark Queen. Forgotten relics of a primitive time.
And they smell like it too. Pew! Honestly, grab a shower.
I admit, you've exceeded our expectations. You had a nice little adventure, sold a few toys, but your character development ends now. In the end, was it even necessary?
Basically, you're trash. And now you die.
Is this the final boss? Act 4 is very short. Are we? Do we have beat 'em up controls here? What are we even doing? Oh, shit, didn't mean to do that exactly, but Hopefully that's damage at least. I don't know. Didn't seem to damage a lot. Okay, we're good. So if I tag in Pimple, will Rash regenerate health? That's the question. Yeah, Jump B's probably pretty good. Yeah, there's a fair amount of like that kind of lampshading, like that. I think that like those meta aspects to the humor are like definitely among the weaker parts, in my opinion. Also, it does not appear that Rash is getting health back, so it's better to let someone die and lose. Like when a character dies, there's like a cooldown timer, and then they become like eligible for respawn. But if you just leave him with low health, you could just tag him in and have him die really fast, which you probably don't want. And if all three Toads die, it's like you actually die, basically. Dude, and like the markers on the floor are a bit hard to see with the fucking life bar over there. Shit. Well, Zitz should have better mobility at least. Why did I do that?
I got you. This is so funny for me.
Alright, that's pretty good. This is on Game Pass, yeah, that's how I'm playing it. Was I even hitting him there? Probably not. Wait, oh shit, I was looking at the wrong Toad. The hitboxes are bizarre. They're like simultaneously super forgiving and weirdly precise. Get the sense the Microsoft might not have had a lot of faith in this. I mean, yeah, it was kind of... It had like a pretty decently high-profile announcement at E3 2 years ago. But... Oh, cool. Do a little jump B combo, I didn't realize. But since then, it's like... Yeah. Ooh, this is a problem. If I get hit now, I'm dead. I'm dead. And it was kind of not really made a big deal of. Oh wow, look at the left bar. You actually continue from this phase. Not something I would have expected, but I'll take it. Oh, shit. Dashed too far. Well, might as well let him die, that's fine. Ah, shit, the active frames. Nope, why did I try to attack him? That was just stupid. Like, you really don't want more than one Toad out of commission at a time. That's when you... Get juggled. Don't try to attack this guy as he's spawning in because he'll get the orbs. Their frames. Wait, Rash is alive, right? Yeah. Actually, the boss is almost dead. Or the life bar's empty, at least. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with the location here. Alright, this seems like it's the ending. Like, her face is so fucking weird. It's kind of cool. I'm not sure what the mechanics of this are exactly, but this is cool. I like this. Not sure if lifting it helps, but sure.
Did we win?
Well, we're not dead. How do you feel?
That was
nipples
like
got torn off. Did I even have nipples? I can't remember. I have a concussion. Or do
was something
I?
cut there?
At
Should
least
we have seen them like explode or something?
It's not over.
But we defeated
Astro's Wrath, yeah.
The Topians were enabled by the pampered elites of this city. Too cowardly to fight back. Too spoiled to care about the rest of us.
Queen, come on. They're defenseless.
We were defenseless. Don't you get it? This was always my plan. I'm not the good queen, or even the okay queen. I'm the dark queen. And now that my power has been restored, things are about to get very, very dark.
Right here, right here. Here she is.
Dark Queen, Julie Saturn rings with Galaxy 7 News. How does it feel to have single-handedly defeated the Topians?
What?
I saw everything, Julie. The Dark Queen did it all. She's the hero.
Stop clapping! I haven't levied your punishments.
Yeah, this sassy gal emancipated the galaxy. Let her hear it from every corner of existence.
I love you, Dark Queen! All right.
Queen, does this mean you're the galaxy's interim ruler?
I suppose ruling is right there in my name. The queen part, not the dark part.
So, you're not jealous?
Nah, I'm not jealous. We've saved the galaxy, and that's enough for me. Besides, who needs fame when I've got my brothers? Are we brothers?
Maybe we should talk about it, Rash. Maybe we should finally talk about it.
Whoa! Galaxy News 7 says a freaky monster is swallowing planets. Should we investigate?
Yeah, gotta be honest. It beats going back to the email factory.
Yes! I knew this wasn't a one-off adventure. Who knows what the future holds? Maybe new outfits? Relationships? Swearing?
Just get in the taxi.
Sorry, I'm just saying. Anything could happen.
Hey, it's the bird ship thing. I was gonna say, like, what happened to that old bird man? Okay, well, this was unceremonious, but I mean, if the game is giving me a final time tally here, then I'm gonna stop the timer right there and consider us done. You completed the story. Nice. That's a GG. Yeah, I think definitely I like the game a lot more than I thought I would. I think a lot of what they attempted to do, they pulled off far more successfully than I would have expected in terms of the tone and the, like, I think that the writing and story is more successful than not. But I do think the game has like a major issue with like the second half basically being a lot of tedious stuff, like the pacing and, like, I don't know. Though I thought at first, like, the idea of Zitz and Rash shooting aliens in space off screen while Pimple was peacefully, you know, exploring the mountains, whatever. I thought that was a fun bit. Basically, it was a fun gag. But it wasn't fun when it went on for like 5 stages and like 40 plus minutes. Like I took it as a side little jokey thing, but no, that's just like that third of the game. Which like does it? Yeah, that in that sense, I don't think it worked. It's so weird. It never really got back to being beat 'em up stuff again, except for that one very brief part. Yeah, really strange. But still, like I said, I thought the combat, it took a little while to get the hang of it, and the readability issues is a real thing. But I think they had a nice little arc, you know, at the end. Like, I feel like all three of the Toads, and even the Dark Queen, we got to see their kind of ups and downs. They all had their shithead moments, but hey, even Rash was able to, yeah, we got a little bit of a redemption arc, didn't we? So I thought it was, like, satisfying in that sense. I thought it would be unbearable. For sure. And it wasn't that. Still prefer the old Dark Queen. I mean, yeah, I think it would have been... I can see with the direction they're taking aesthetically and tonally that they would go in a different route. But it is weird. Like, I think with how little there was to latch onto with the original, like I said, obviously a lot of the lore, the world building and everything is like all made up for this game. But with the Toads themselves, the characters, and the Dark Queen being like the one part that was actually taken from the original, it feels a little strange that the character is so different. The game would be miles better without Act 3. Yeah, I kind of feel that way. I mean, expanding on Act 4 to actually make it a little more something, a little more substantial, definitely, yeah, would have made it better for sure. I mean, there's not a lot to the original Dark Queen. I mean, I like her design too. I think she's cool, and I think it goes well with the sort of over-the-top heavy metal magazine vibe that's part of, like, I think her design is like what kind of gives it that vibe. Like, if you were to take that character out, I wouldn't necessarily feel like Battletoads has much of a heavy metal magazine aesthetic, but the super ripped Toads and the sexy dominatrix villain, like, yeah, it sort of combines to that. And you have the sort of fantasy sci-fi, you know, purple space mountain locations and weird animal creatures. There is somewhat of that kind of vibe in the original Battletoads, even though the in-game art, like in the NES game, doesn't necessarily reflect that a ton. But obviously, you know, me being very much into that kind of aesthetic, I would have loved to see something that goes whole hog into that. But I can also see the argument being made for, like, when I feel like that aesthetic as a big part of Battletoads, I'm kind of extrapolating. I'm not, you know, I'm extrapolating from something that was there, but I think it would be a little bit of an exaggeration to say that that's the entirety of the aesthetic, or like that encompasses all of what it is. And yeah, I mean, I think where the game sort of preemptively makes fun of critique of the direction the game is going, like, I think that's a little, it feels a little heavy-handed when, like, they make jokes about the character of Jeff, like, mentioning that he preferred the way she used to look. And there's some other stuff too, like all that kind of meta humor, I think, is probably what falls flat the most. It ties into my general distaste for, not for meta humor, but for lampshading and like poking fun, or like, I was gonna say poking fun in itself. It can do that, but you know, when it's like expressing something that I could interpret as like embarrassment of what the old thing was, I can't help but read that as the game itself saying that, you know, it's a denouncement of the old thing being bad or something. I think that's not just in talking about Battletoads, but in general. I think that's such a weird way to bring back something that exists and people like, and there's a fondness for, and there's a market for it. So there's like a business case for bringing a property back, and then to have that within that reboot or remake or sequel or whatever it is, like make fun of the old thing, or make, by extension, like make fun of people for liking the old thing. I think that's just stupid. And it's not like this does that to a great extent, but there's like a hint of that here and there, and I wasn't like upset or offended by it, but I didn't think it was any funny. Like, I thought it was like, this should just, it's fine for this to be its own thing, but please, like, be your own thing and don't lean on making fun of the old thing or distancing yourself from it. I think that's like needless. Have I played Gravity Rush? I want to say that I played it for like 2 minutes. I have it, and I'm pretty sure I have the sequel as well, but I have not really played either of them, no. Still, ultimately, I thought I would hate this game, or I thought I would enjoy ripping into it. I absolutely did not think that this game would make me laugh, but it definitely made me laugh numerous times. I like the characterization of the Toads, even though I was disappointed in Zitz seeming like a good character, and then he was a complete dumbass. That was disappointing. But ultimately, having seen the entire story, I like that all three of the Toads get to have their kind of brighter and darker moments. The characters are like surprisingly fleshed out, which is not something I expected to say. Overall, the concept of making it like a cartoon was fleshed out. Like, I would not have expected this amount of room for the characters to develop and to have like an arc, and for there to be this much of a story. Or even, I don't know, this much of a story seems almost like a bit of a stretch, but I don't know, I think it was handled better than I expected. Last game I remember making fun of the originally was based on was DMC. I mean, that's a good example. But even, I don't know, I'm thinking of shit like, you know, when you have fucking Wolverine in the original X-Men movie making a joke about yellow spandex, and it's like, yes, I would prefer yellow spandex. I mean, I've been fucking beating that drum for decades. I want my superheroes to look like superheroes, whether it's live action or not. And, I don't know, it's like, it ties in a little bit with what I was talking about, those, like, the kind of remakes and reboots you saw of old games 10 years ago, where they wouldn't necessarily poke fun at the originals, but it was like a foregone conclusion. It was like self-evident that if you're making a new version of a game from the 80s, it needs to have polygonal graphics, it needs to look modern, and like any reference to original character designs or something like that is like mostly done as a joke or like an Easter egg at best. It's never like, I don't know, I feel like looking at something like Street Fighter 4, I feel like it's a bit of a miracle that it's so faithful. I mean, I have a lot of issues with the way Street Fighter 4 and 5 look in terms of the aesthetic quality compared to some of the older games and stuff, but shit, they at least like didn't completely change the character designs to, you know, make it palatable to a modern audience, or, you know, whatever it might have been. And I feel like that's kind of sadly rare. I think the designs of the Toads in this game are decent. They're pretty good. The animation especially, I think, is really great. So the characters are like fun and expressive, but yeah. For having gone in this direction, I think they did a pretty good job. And yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how this game is going to be received. I don't feel like it's, you know, I don't think we can take for granted that this game is going to get a sequel. I think if/when we get another Battletoads, it's kind of a toss-up. I could see, you know, them wanting to build on this, depending on how long it takes, I guess. If they were to put out a new Battletoads within the next 2 or 3 years, it would probably be similar to this. But if it takes longer than that, they'd probably do something completely different. Reviews all over the place. Am I the only one super baffled that spent like 8 seconds on a Zune joke? I mean, I think that that's the one instance of like meta humor that I think works, I guess. Because I guess Zune is nothing but a punchline in 2020. So I mean, I think that works. Maybe there's a maybe there's a contingency of contingents. I don't know, a group of Zune hardcore Zune fans that were really upset at that joke. But I thought it was pretty funny. I think what made the funniest thing, I think the two funniest gags in the game, actually I guess see, like was trying to remember what, like, yeah, the email factory was pretty good. Oh yeah, Toad Shambo, forgot about that. This when Pimple is, well, let's take a look. When Pimple is freaking out, I thought that was pretty funny. Or the reveal, rather.
Torture team?
Forgive me. Forgive? More like 400 lashes. See what I did there? I took 4.
I love it.
Whip him.
Yes, and hear that pun.
It's like,
nightmare.
I wanted to see one of the things that happened on the ship, but I guess we get to watch like an entire 5-minute cartoon.
Still haven't located the Dark Queen.
Oh my God, what kind of an update is that?
Yeah, restaurants don't say, excuse me, we haven't started making your food.
Oh, you know, that one place did.
Oh, that's right. The place that's mean on purpose.
I'm gonna pay you to be mean.
Maybe we aren't going to rewatch this, because I wanted to see like one thing, but
The,
you know what? Fuck it. Let's skip this.
Oh, the thing.
Anyway, when Pimple is like calming himself down and we see the off-screen reveal that he was actually choking Rash. I thought it was pretty funny, if only because Rash probably deserved it. Oh, actually, I guess it was this cutscene. I was watching the completely wrong cutscene anyway. Let's see if maybe we can see this. The podcast joke was actually pretty funny too.
And that's why Planet Golo has its unremarkable yellow hue.
Oh, fascinating.
Next, the boring amoeba who only communicates through ambient sounds like...
Sorry, Zitz. I can't take any more of your podcasts.
Okay.
Oh, her fucking creepy hands, though.
3 million miles.
We could play I Spy. Ooh, me first. I spy another spaceship heading right for us.
What the hell?
Did they just call us?
What's well, what can you do? Que sera, sera. When they go...
Get him!
We're gaining on them.
What exactly is the point of fighting these idiots?
You mean besides the fantastic feeling of revenge?
Queen, please. I don't want to rush into another unnecessary fight.
Good point.
Thank you.
Counterpoint. This is a perfect opportunity to test the ship's weaponry before Topian City. Pimple?
No one listens.
It's gonna test weaponry for another a whole third of the game.
Be nice. Be nice.
Pimple, let go of Rash.
That's funny. That's funny. I like that.
This dynamic is toxic. I can't be a part of this friendship anymore.
Aren't you brothers?
We never talk about it.
Pimple.
See, that running joke is like, I don't know. It works okay, I guess, but
Go with Pimple. If he gets into trouble, activate this beacon.
Pimple's just being...
hey, they actually foreshadowed that. I completely missed that, or I forgot about it, I guess, in the 40 minutes of platforming. Yeah, that's not very flattering, is it? I don't know. That makes me laugh. And this too, just the just looking at the faces of Rash, Pimple, and Zitz definitely made me laugh. Rash fucking loving it, and them not so much. Oh, okay, this is actually not the cutscene. Oh god, you have to hold it for like a year.
Dark Queen.
Well, whatever. We're kind of got seated anyway. But yeah, that's Battletoads. Yeah, there's cutscene and stage select. So I guess we can get achievements for collecting shit and... I like that. I guess if you were to replay it, you wouldn't necessarily play the game from start to finish. You just go back to certain stages. And there's a bunch of these shit that you can just skip because there's no special rewards. There's not even score. So that's good. But yeah, like, legit. Well, I was going to say the half of the game, but Act 4 is pretty short. Like, Act 2... Dude, fucking... I think this is the last beat-em-up stage. It's like, Act 1 has the beat-em-up stages. And then it's like the fake, like this, it's not even a thing. And I think this is a normal stage. Then it's a boss fight. Then it's whatever this shit was. Then it's the minecart level. And then it's all this shit. Man, it's weird. It's weird. Still, though, for everything I might complain about, I got more enjoyment out of this than I thought I would. I expected to feel far more upset than I am about, like, this being the direction of the game and this, you know... Having finished this game, the idea of a direct sequel to this... I mean, it would be an exaggeration to say that it excites me, but if they take this and, like, improve on some of the more questionable aspects, it could be pretty great. It could be good. And that's not a feeling I expected to have coming out of this at all. So, I mean, it's not fantastic, but I'm not, you know, I don't think that this is like a huge insult to previous Battletoads games or anything, because I think those aren't necessarily amazing either. But, of course, I mean, I can see how someone who is more of a fan of those games would have more of a bone to pick with the differences in this version with just how it plays and everything. You know, regardless of the whole tone and style of it. I missed the Zune joke. I don't remember what it was exactly, but basically one of the space overlords had a Zune and it broke or something. I forgot. Anyway, I wasn't expecting to stream for 5.5 hours, but here we are. We finished the game, and I'm really glad I got to play it, and I'm really glad I was able to avoid as much discussion about this game as I could. I'd seen bits and pieces here and there, but nothing that really spoiled anything, so to speak. I still feel like I was able to go in with kind of a fresh mind and fresh eyes, and I think that helped in a sense. Like, I think that the novelty, like, the game kept surprising, which I think is good. I mean, I expected it to be more of a pure beat 'em up with the occasional bike stage, and if the game had the same number of levels and they were all beat 'em up stages, I'm pretty sure by the end it would have gone pretty stale too. So, I mean, I guess I'm struggling to come up with, like, really strong compliments to this game. Although I still feel like I'm being more charitable than probably a lot of people. And you know, I'm glad to be able to be positive on things, at least. But I really cannot see myself going back to collect a lot of this bonus shit. Or, I mean, can you imagine playing this on the higher difficulty? Holy shit, that would be awful. Just terrible. I've seen a few stream playthroughs and my disinterest in the game is just double down. I mean, I can see that too. Like, if I'd watched a playthrough, I think the novelty of seeing what's next is like that's the biggest draw of this game. The beat 'em up mechanics are a little weird, but they're at least okay. I've certainly played worse beat 'em ups by far. But they're not really compelling enough to make me want to replay any of those stages, much less all of this in one go. And if you don't have any of that novelty and the surprise, like, I feel like there's a few moments in the cutscenes that I thought were really funny that I would like seeing again. But there's enough of it that I mean, I guess I've just watched it now. If I waited a year to replay it, I guess I wouldn't mind watching the cutscenes. But like, if I were to replay the game, I feel like I would want to see half or a third of every cutscene, but the other half I'd be like, so I'd probably skip it. So I don't know. There's just the novelty and the surprise, I think, is kind of delightful, but without that, I'm not sure how much is left. And yeah, the second half of the game is by far weaker than the first. Kind of feels like it's not as bad as I was worried it would be, but I have no real desire to actually go and play it. I think that's a reasonable summary. I mean, I'm playing this on Game Pass, so I didn't pay anything extra for this game, so to speak, other than, you know, the money I was already spending. I think it's a new beat 'em up, kind of, and it's reasonably high profile, so I might have spent the money to play this on launch for the sake of it, if it hadn't been on Game Pass. But I would not have been excited to spend money on it, I can say that. And if I did not have Game Pass and I watched someone play it, for sure I would not spend money to buy it. In fact, even on Game Pass, if I watched someone play it, I would kind of not be excited. I mean, I knew I wanted to do it for the stream because I'm into beat 'em ups and it's a new one. I want to play it on stream, but yeah, largely inoffensive, certainly compared to what I was fearing it might be. I guess that's my my glowing review of Battletoads 2020. I'm kind of starting to lose my voice here, and like I said, I've been kind of going longer than I expected, but I'm glad we got through the whole thing. I think, despite the latter parts of the game being pretty weak compared to, or I mean, weak compared to the earlier ones, maybe not even fair either. But the pacing is weak in the second half of the game. I feel like getting the full sort of story arc in the ending made it feel more of a complete experience than it would have otherwise. So I'm glad I got to see all of it in one go. The fact that it doesn't have any RPG shit is in its favor. I agree. I'm really, really glad that it never... It doesn't really get... Like, for the first half, I didn't feel like anything got too tedious or too boring or too frustrating. Which, with games that have that kind of structure, with the RPG grinding and shit, like, they often do. So, yeah, I think this... It's kind of the first thing I said, that this game has problems, but it doesn't have the it doesn't have the specific problems I was expecting it to have, and some of the things it does have issues with were things that I was kind of not expecting. Sound from responses for the game is mostly slightly negative, but not enough for people to hate it. Yeah, I mean, I think for something like this, you'll always have a group of people who are very, very hard to satisfy no matter what. And I mean, I know because I'm one. Not when it comes to Battletoads, maybe, but for a lot of other... I mean, I like a lot of old shit. And even something like Streets of Rage 4, which I ultimately was very, very happy with, I still have a lot of frustrations with it. Mostly aesthetic, but even so. That game was mechanically really, really well done, so that kind of helps overcome a lot of those issues. But you know, it just comes with the territory. If there's a thing that people have liked for 20 years, they're going to have a very specific idea of what they want from it, and it's going to be near impossible to satisfy that. So I think there's always going to be a group who would never have been happy with what this was, basically, or close to it. But I also think there's enough in this game that's done well enough to not, you know, put off a larger group of people who are kind of on the fence or kind of ambivalent, not really with a strong opinion either way on something like Battletoads. And yeah, I don't know, like maybe if someone is just on the game's wavelength as far as the humor goes, like if someone felt like the humor, like if all of the humor hit for me, like those parts that actually did hit for me, like if that was the feeling I got from the game consistently with the humor and the cutscenes, that would have obviously carried it pretty far. So I could maybe see in that scenario someone really, really liking the game, but Otherwise, yeah, it doesn't seem like a game that's going to really have huge fans. Like, I don't know. I mean, what do I know? But yeah, I agree. Like, it's just a little too long for what it is. It could have been made into a really tight, like, hour-and-a-half experience, 2-hour game. Absolutely. Because no individual parts were really that terrible. A few got maybe close-ish, but even them, you know, if there had been one space shooter stage instead of 3 or 4, it would have been fine, really. And at the beginning of the game, I was kind of excited about the idea of having rank and score, but like at this point, not only am I kind of tired and done with the game, I also don't really see what the reward would even be, like, and what the point of it. Like, if you could at least, I don't know, fucking unlock artwork or something, I'd feel more incentive. But as it is right now, like, I don't think I'll play this again. Anyway, thanks for hanging out this Friday evening. I'm gonna wrap up the stream. Maybe get a snack or something. I'm getting a little hungry. I'm gonna, as usual, see who's live. Send you guys somewhere else. Oh yeah, by the way, I totally forgot to mention this, but tomorrow is the DC Fandome thing, right? I haven't really kept up with it, and I think it's like a 24-hour thing, so I have no idea if there's like anything to restream or do with. I have no idea what to expect, but we're gonna get some video game and other news out of that thing. So Rocksteady has made essentially official what had been rumored, that they're making a Suicide Squad game, which I don't really know what to expect, but it's apparently getting announced or unveiled or whatever tomorrow. And I know that WB Montreal had put some kind of teaser to do with their Batman game the other day, which seems to imply that they would show that game tomorrow as well. But they showed a teaser like that for E3 last year, and we still haven't seen that game, so who the fuck knows? But those are two games that I'm sort of kind of anticipating. So, like I said, I don't think there's anything I'm going to be restreaming or anything, but get ready for some hot takes on Twitter and Discord, probably. I'm excited to see what comes out of that, for sure. But yeah, we'll stream something else in a few days, probably, when I get the itch. No idea what it's going to be, but I'm sure I'm going to get some kind of itch or another to play some video games on stream in not too long. Until then, take care. I'll see you guys when I see you. Thanks for watching. Have a delightful weekend. Bye.